The same flight stops at Guwahati, then goes onward to Silchar. And I was working on a presentation, and he was sitting next to me, and he started asking questions what I am doing. Then I discovered that he is in a very important position in India, and we started talking about tribal health. So you must be aware, if you're not aware, just for your information, National Commission for Scheduled Tribe is a body which recommends the usage of money of tribal subplan, what kind of projects should be implemented. And I spoke to sir in that journey that, sir, we should always put more money in digital infrastructure in healthcare, because in remote areas, there are lack of qualified medical professionals. To fill that gap, technology is the only way to screen people on the ground. And then he was kind enough, I think on the 3rd of Jan, sir, we had a presentation with the full commission in Delhi. And I have submitted a white paper over there that how the government's money should be deployed in remote tribal areas to provide better access to primary health care, community health screening. And that's why I thought today he must hear the version and the challenges faced by doctors and nurses themselves, so that we are able to recommend and fill the gaps based on the feedback from the ground level. So even from the primary healthcare services, the district hospitals, and obviously at the tertiary care, where we have Dr. Sunil, Madam Soumya, Dr. Puranik, all of them. So Dr. Loro, I'll call you on the stage just to welcome Chakma sir and present him with this. Dr. Loro sir is again a dear friend of mine. He was the one, what you see today, he has helped me always in this journey. Bolin Chetia ji, please come. Sorry, Rubul ji, please come on the stage. Yes, sir. It's a welcome from Assam, Assamese style. Rubul is from the oil and gas industry. He's brought a special gamosha for you. Roro sir, kindly place a memento to Chakma sir. It's a small memento, sir, and 3D printed keyring for you. Roro sir, there's one more gift for Chakma sir. It's a 3D printed cutlery set for you, sir. You'll use it. We can make lot of metal arts for tribal people in India using this technology. Rubulji, kindly welcome Dr. Loro. So we'll start the day today with a presentation by Dr. Pandian. Dr. Pandian, please come on the stage. Dr. Pandian, I met in my journey of making prosthetics. When I was developing technology, there was no doctor ready to test the technology on a patient. I was going from pillar to post in Delhi, and finally we chanced upon a patient, which I showed yesterday, who had scoliosis. Spinal correction was needed, and she was undergoing a lot of trauma using traditional orthotic devices. Then I went and I met Dr. Pandian at IPH, Institute of Physically Handicapped at New Delhi. And I also went and met Honorable Virendra Kumarji, the Honorable Minister for Social Justice and Disability in Government of India. And both of them said, okay, pro bono, if you're ready to do without money, do it. I said, okay, sir, I'll take my chance. I'll show it to you. So I showed the picture yesterday. So he was a doctor concerned who helped me design the entire prosthetic. And we put it in the patient, and he'll share himself the experience that how the patient, she's a cancer survivor. She had scoliosis. Now she's totally corrected, the posture correction. In fact, This year, we are taking this into the ISPU, International Society of Prosthetic and Orthotics in Sweden, for an international case study of how we did this and how this technology can be used in other parts of the country where people require this kind of solutions in bulk. Dr. Pandian, I will request you to kindly, start the presentation on this. Can you switch on the presentation of Dr. Pandian?
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to everyone. Respected dignitaries, the dais, delegates from across the country. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Anand for giving me this opportunity. The task we have expedited in our institution with the help of Mr. Anand. I'm working as an assistant professor for the last 32 years in this institution. First time in our career, or I can say first time in our institution's service-oriented people for the persons with locomotor disabilities, I have encountered a person who is a cancer survivor. She just came to me to take a consultation because she's suffering from osteosarcoma of the femur, where her hip joint, along with some amount of pelvis, and 4 inches of the femur has been removed. So because of which she had a very abnormal structure, because one limb is longer, one limb is shorter. She is unable to move easily. She is just 18 years old. So she was so mentally stressed, how to carry her life, studies, future and everything. So she reported to me. Then with the help of Mr. Anand, we have made so many efforts. And finally, we have succeeded in that. So can I have the slides? So back, please. Back, first one. Yeah. So far, the institution across the country, there are so many institutions we are dealing for the persons with the locomotor disabilities. But if you ask about the 3D printing technology or CAD/CAM technology, very few institutions are having this facility to deliver a precise service to the person with disabilities. So when the person came, we have initially started to make a manual method of rehabilitation for this girl. Then it was a luck that time Mr. Anand came with his very innovative ideas of making a 3D printed assistive devices. So I had shared my request to Mr. Anand that we need to address this girl with this technology so that the girl's future and career can be entirely, it can change. So based on that, we have designed everything. So basically, if you see about the 3D printing technology, how it is giving impact in our assistive devices and in our service to the persons with disabilities. It's a really innovative technology, if I can say, because I used to see more than 50 persons with disabilities, locomotor disabilities in a day in my OPD. So whenever the person comes, we have to go along with the traditional method of treatment only. We don't have a advanced innovative method of treatments. So it was my dream, how can we help these people with the precise assistive device technology which is available in the developed countries, which is not possible in India. So for that, Mr. Anand gave me an answer that we can also do that. So then we started working about that. 3D printing technology is really in our industry, that is in the locomotor disability assistive technology industry, it has created a revolution. Really, it has created a revolution that how we are addressing the person's issues with precisely designed assistive devices. So there are so many advantages of using this technology. Number one, the main is time reduction. If you adapt the conventional method of technology, we need to spend more time for one particular patient. Whereas by using this 3D printing technology, we have reduced the time consumption of addressing the person's issues and delivering the assistive devices in less than 50% of the time, which is earlier it is consumed by the conventional method. So this is a one major advantage. So we can able to address so many people. The second thing is precision, accuracy. Accuracy of getting the person's image is very much important for us to design any device. Because the human body, humans, or everyone is having a different type of posture and structure. Nobody is having the similar shape, similar height, similar weight, nothing. So for each and every person visiting our department, we need to go for a customized device. So that in that aspect, the foundation of making a perfect device, assisted device, is based on the image what we are getting. So when we are taking the image with the help of the manual method by using plaster Paris method, which has so many disadvantages. The person who is taking the shape, cooperation of the patient, sometimes we are taking the measurement with the child doesn't cooperate, we don't get the proper shape and size. So these complications are completely eliminated. So by using the scanning method. So that the basic foundation of the device is the scan, getting the image of the person, that we are getting 100% accurate. So because of that reason only, the device now what we are making is precisely exactly fits to the patient, and the patient's problems are getting solved very soon. So many things are there in the advantage, sir. One thing I would like to say, Anand sir, also, for using this method, 3D printing technology method, we are not using water. Otherwise, when the previous conventional method, for taking cast, we have to go for the plaster Paris bandage, we need a water. For molding, we need a water. At every stage of the processing these assisted devices, we need a water. Whereas in 3D printing technology, there is no need of water also. So that's somewhere we are saving the water also. So that must advantages this 3D printing technology is having. Please, next. These are some devices usually now we are making with the 3D printing technology, upper extremity orthotic devices and the lower extremity prosthetic devices. All these devices are precisely designed and fitted to the persons with disabilities in our institution also. Next one. Nowadays, after the Industrial Revolution 4, prosthetic industry is getting much more uh, adapting the 3D printing technology, because the stump, if you talk about the person is amputated, the limb is not there with the person. We need to provide a replacement to the person. So it's a very important task for the professional who is dealing with the designing of the artificial limbs, because it's we are fitting an additional assistive device to a person who is missed his lower extremity due to anything, due to disease, due to accident. So there we need to focus on so many issues. One is science, because we are dealing with the humans. We need to understand the science, and we are dealing with technology, because the foot should have some movement, because the anatomical foot is having movement. So we need to provide some movement in the artificial foot also. So that means we need to understand the mechanism. So the biology and the mechanism both are joining together and becomes a biomechanics. Then only, if we don't understand the biomechanics, then we cannot able to design the artificial limbs. So that is the main concept behind designing a prosthetic limb. So we at our institute, we design artificial limbs with the help of the 3D printing technology. Uh, we have treated so many patients, and the patients are so happy, and they are using it with so gratefulness that the technology has changed their life. They can move very easily. They can go around. They can look for their family. So many advantages that the technology has given to them, and they are very much thankful to the technology as well as thankful to the institution. And I am thankful to Mr. Anand. Uh, that everything is having its development. The ones initially we are making the artificial limbs with the 3D printing technology, and some drawbacks are also coming in front of us. So when it comes and we are trying to find out the solutions also. So when we make the artificial limbs, the limb should look like a normal limb also, because the shape and the color should have match with the normal limb also. So nowadays we make this type of cosmetic covers for the outer shell of the artificial limb, so that a person can feel when he is using any dress that will look very similar to each other, that both are having a similar in nature. So that technology is also nowadays there. And
I will second Dr. Pandian.
yes, sir.
You can match the color of your coat, your shoe. There are multiple colors. If you wearing let's say a black suit and have a black wrapping on it, the green suit can be that. So that outwardly when you move, people don't want to other people to know that there's a disability. As common as possible.
Next. So, what I am talking about, this is the case of Ms. Payal Solanki. She's a dancer, very much interested in dancing and social activities. But unfortunately, she has become the victim of a cancer, and she lost her body part, some amount of body part, which is very difficult to accept. She struggled a lot, and she came with lots of hope that at any cost she wants to stand. So once the one limb is 4 inches shorter than the other one, at any cost she cannot stand straight. She will stand with some imbalanced method of body posture only. So she came to me with the hope that I will provide something for her limb length compensation. But after seeing her condition, when I thought she's working in this condition for the last 3 years, the spine might have developed a deformity, because it is common when the limb is not equal, the person will develop the spinal disorder. So when we assessed her spine, she has been developed with developmental scoliosis, but fortunately that is non-structural, that is a mobile scoliosis. It is not a structural scoliosis, because she is a very young age, 18 years of age. So then immediately we started giving attention to the spine. Then I designed a custom made, that is a conventional method of spinal brace. And I fitted to the patient also. Somewhat the patient was so convinced, but she was not completely satisfied with the performance of the brace. By that time only, Mr. Anand visited my department, and he conveyed his thoughts that we can do something for this patient using the 3D printing technology. Then we designed 3D printing technology, and he spent so many resources to my institution, and the manpower also he sent with all those softwares, computers, laptops, and sit together designing the brace. The main advantage what I have seen in this, now here you can see, I can see both the image of the girl, the body image of the girl, and the design, the brace, what we are making the brace. We are putting it together in the image digital formation, so that I can see where the correction exactly I have to give, and where the correction needs, how much correction I have to put, what is the force I have to apply, at what point I need to provide the correction. So everything I can able to see through the image. Because of that reason only, once we are satisfied with this entire modeling process, then we went for the 3D printing. The next slide. You can see here, the girl is printed with the 3D printing spinal brace, and she's absolutely standing in a straight, very straight, and walks very beautifully. She don't have any problem. There is no discomfort to the person, and because of her uh, performance after getting the brace, She is actively involved in so many things, awareness program for the cancer survivors. Then she became more popular and President of India. She especially conveyed the message to the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment that I want to meet the girl. So President of India visited our institution on her birthday to spend her birthday with the locomotor disabled people. So she came to our institution and she has interacting with the girl, and now you can see she's very much happy and standing very straight and without any difficulties. Uh, what exactly we do? We don't not only designing the brace and sending the patient to go home. No, we don't do that. We go for a scientific assessment. That this assessment is more important. This is a posture and gait analysis assessment. So this once we design any device, we put the patient in this assessment before and after the device. That is more important because then only we will be able to understand how much the device is giving impact to correct the problem with the person. Otherwise, it is not possible. So, scientific method of assessment along with the 3D printing technology has given a tremendous response in the locomotor disability rehabilitation. So, based on that assessment, I'll show you the next slide, please. You can see here uh, all the green lines are the reference lines, and all the red lines are the actual lines, what the person is having. If you see from the top, this is with brace, that one is without brace. In the with brace, you can see the red lines are almost hiding, whereas in the without brace, the red lines are almost visible. So what it indicates, after giving the brace, the person is coming to almost to the near normal posture. That is the indication. That's why the scientific method of assessment. But only thing is the knee joint angle. If you see the lowest red line and the lowest green line, that is the knee joint. That is increasing. Without brace, it is decreased. But whereas with brace, it is increased because her 4 inches of the joint, 4 inches of the femur has been removed. Now one knee joint is on this level, the other knee joint is in this level. So that will remain same. But however, if you see the shoulder level, it is almost same. It's completely in a straight line. If you see the hip level, it is also almost same. So this is the actual method of assessing and providing a proper treatment to the patient after fitting the 3D fitted prosthesis, 3D fitted orthosis, anything. Because without scientific assessment, it is not. We cannot say that the person is getting a benefit out of the brace or anything else. So based on this only, we are claiming that the brace is given very good response to the person. Can I have next slide? Yeah. She's with her parents, and they are so because they lost their hope that she will be able to come to the real normal life or not. But now they are so happy. And one thing I should say, she's also very much concerned about her health, and she keeps on coming for the regular follow-up. We do conduct regular follow-up in every 3 months and assess the person. And now she's almost 90%. She has got the correction from the scoliosis deformity, and she's now joined college, and she's going to a college and doing her studies without any difficulties. And please, next one. Yeah. In the coming decade, I am sure that the 3D printing technology and now the 4D printing is also in emerging. That is also more important for us because when we are designing, Anand sir, when we are designing prosthetic socket, we feel sometimes some parts needs to be flexible and some parts needs to be rigid. So for that,
Just add,
yes.
I just developed a machine with 7 axis, not 4-7 axis.
Okay.
So you must come and see my machine. That is going to make some wonderful machinery for oil and gas, which nobody could have thought of. It is one of the few machines in the world which is 7 axis machine, not 47D.
70.
Yeah, because in oil and gas it requires 7 dimensions to operate. So it is that kind of machine, and definitely I can help you with that.
Definitely, sir. I will be more helpful, thankful to you if we get that type of technology for.
Machine completely different, much beyond CD.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So this was our expectation that we need, because now the 3D printing has given a revolution. There is no doubt. But
more than what they are doing.
Sir?
Yeah.
Much more than what they are
Yeah, and on the software side, we are now working with, currently India is importing all the raw materials from Germany for 3D printing. We are setting up first plant with the refinery you have, and yes, I made a full roadmap that we can save almost about $5 billion worth of imports by manufacturing all the raw materials locally in refineries in Assam. So I have got now the 3D printing 3 lakh color combination. 3 lakh.
Yes.
You're talking about one shade, I can do any shade of the skin. So for breast prosthesis, for the acid side victims, we can do a lot of things in 3 lakh color.
Yes, yes, definitely.
And they are very soft materials, so skin to skin. If you see my anatomic printer, we're doing virtualization of the entire. So there's a gunshot injury, you don't need to preserve the viscera. I can tell you exactly what was the normal body, where the gunshot injury went, what was the damage, color change because of that, everything. So all first and two are, and this is hybrid system actually. So the third machine that I have is a 3D and a normal CNC combined. So there's robotic arm, which does 3D, and there's normal milling machine. Both of them operate through the same software. So all the things are now in my Guwahati center.
Okay, sir.
We've already addressed all this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Because when we are dealing with the locomotor disability, we put our request, our need, and our requirements for the person's welfare. So if you are beyond that, definitely.
When you come to Guwahati in the inaugural, you will see that.
Yes, definitely, sir. So with this, I would like to say again thanks to all the delegates and organizers and dignitaries on the dais, that 3D printing technology has made a revolution in the industry as well as in the locomotor disability for designing assistive devices. And I'm thankful to Mr. Anand for inviting me to present this presentation. Thank you very much.
Pandiji, please. Pandiji, let me thank him, sir. He was my first doctor who trusted me. You know, it's so difficult when you start something new. I was nearly disappointed that no doctor is going to try my products. And he that first chance, you know, and then this chance has given me so many platforms worldwide. So in my memory lane, you know, in fact, when I look back, always Dr. Pandian is there because he said to go ahead. And Dr. Pandian, remember, we made it overnight. So ministers have said that if this gets corrected, I want to go and fit the brace at our home. We got them said about what? 3, 4 p.m. in the evening, whole night we were working. We didn't sleep, he didn't sleep, I didn't sleep, my team didn't sleep. At 6 a.m. we went to the girls' home in Rohini, got her house cleaned up, arranged for tea and everything. By 8 ministers had arrived. We fitted the patient with brace. That the rest is history. But his team gave me the opportunity to test my technology. So where I am today, you know, I'm working on shoulders of so many people who helped me. And when I go and work in hospitals, when I see the problems firsthand, I know what to do next. So it gives me new idea to work further with that. But thank you, Dr. Pandian. You this 3D and prosthetic, you are the main person. I was just a tool, but you gave me the platform to perform. Thank you so much. Chakma sir, please honor him with the gift. आपके साइड सर आगे से फोटो अच्छी आ जाएगी सर Pandian sir, a small 3D printed dealing with Northeast map. You remember this?
Yes.
You made Northeast popular world over.
It's a new only.
Yes, sir. Can we do the second presentation? Analysis big data. I wrote it in the morning. Nirupam sir, this requires a lot of attention from you for sickle cell anemia. This is my journey of AI. When I saw The Beautiful Mind, it's a wonderful movie. If you see it, John Nash, the famous man, he made the game theory. AI is nothing but the extension of game theory. So if you have not watched this movie, which we must watch this movie, amazing movie. But he has decoded so many things in the world that you could not even think of. So when I hear about e-health and things like that, I'll give you what e-health is and where we have to take it together as a team. Can we go to the next slide? Today, lack of proper structuring of health data is a drain on society. And we must also be prepared to brace the impact of climate change on human health. It has to be beyond medicine, beyond what is manifested. What can manifest is also very important in days to come. We must think about it. And people who are have-nots will be more affected than haves. Tribal areas which are living near inside forest rights, things like that, they'll be greatly impacted. So will be their health also. Next. This is the current stage, and especially to the three directors and principals. When we go to e-health, all I see is just a printed OPD card. And you still have a MRD medical records department where things are in silos, tons and tons of file. We should not expect our doctors to keep on pulling paper records forever. You know, it will be lost sometime in fire, that could be damaged by termites, things like that. Because, and what we're doing is just printing OPD cards. Beyond that, nothing has been collated, analyzed, nothing anywhere. Next slide. So still we are in confusion. So much so for AI, so much so for automation, data. It's still not making sense. And my idea is to first structure this with help of the entire team from Northeast and take it in a different format where it start making sense for people. Start predicting things. Next. Everybody's talking about health records. And you have multiple silos, and the silos don't speak to each other. It's a hospital level, it's a district level, it's a state level. You have vaccination records, n number of records. HMS here, HMS there. You know, it's a splintered baby. We are not looking at the healthcare challenge in totality. How to structure it, how to shape it. And in this, I'll say we should not be penny wise, pound foolish. You want to develop a good system, you'll have to put money for that. We'll have to have good researchers, statisticians. They'll have to work with doctors. Unfortunately, we're expecting doctors to become clerks. Doctors' job is to treat. We must create a new cadre of people who can work with doctors to structure and record the data properly. You know, if you stand in a government OPD hospital, you'll see what the pain a doctor is going through. 15 people staying there, limited OPD time. Then he has got teaching time, he has got other responsibilities. We have to help doctors to treat better, automate processes. And this is what the impact will be on the project. If you want to work in this area, I said, sir, please watch that movie, A Beautiful Mind. What data can do. Amazing movie will tell you what data can do, and that's the start of AI. Next slide, please. First of all, researchers need to sit with doctors, and I will request, I'll put a team together. I will send them to every big tertiary care hospital in Northeast. Let's first start understanding what is the data that the doctor wants, how he wants, what he wants to retrieve, who is supposed to have how much information. This has to be done. It can't be done in air-conditioned rooms in Delhi. We have to sit with the problem, inside the OT everywhere to understand what a doctor needs, what a primary healthcare worker needs, what a Anganwadi worker data needs. We plan so many things here in a hurry. These things can't be designed in a hurry. You're talking about lives of people. You're talking about generations to come. Next. This is what should be ideal AI model like. I can tell that 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, out of my total population for a particular disease, what's the cohort? How many of my population will remain healthy? What if this? What if that? What if somebody is eating fish and the water gets polluted? How much of my population will get affected? What will going to be the impact? That should not be manual. And that is where the game theory will come into picture in analyzing the data. And that's where doctors will be very, very helpful. Health policy planners, tertiary care hospitals. If Ministry of Health asks them that what are the faculties you want to hire more people based on my demand of in that area, because Imphal may have some other problems, Nagaland may have some other problems, Guwahati will have concoction of problems in Northeast. When we hire people, we have to be very specific what kind of people we are catering to. If my load is more in ophthalmology, I'll hire more ophthalmologists, not dentists. If I require more dental, I'll hire dental. But system should tell me that. How is the kind of report which is coming from the field? That data should be, because you're getting data every day in your labs, in your OPDs, in your IPDs, in your operation theaters. We're not analyzing it. Next slide, please. Next. And cohort plan. Very, very important. Apply game theory to the data which is coming from OPD, IPDs. Next. Next. Back. We have a system of centralized purchase and local purchase. For any administrator, especially like AIMS Guwahati, RIMS, Imphal, Madam in Nagaland, you will have exact data once this platform is deployed. What's your total medicine consumption, month-wise, day-wise, week-wise? How many of them have long-term mobilities? For this thing, you don't even need to call up anybody. Nothing is required. Because today, unfortunately, for everything, you have to call up your store manager. And everybody loves local purchase where there's no quality control. With this, we can also add a system where we can find substitution of medical supplies. Whether it's reaching the same person or not. If the CGS person has taken medicine from one place, at a second place somebody is drawing his name, system will tell you that. That should be what ideal medical record should be like. And it should grow with time. Nothing is permanent. As we keep on adding data, we'll have more problems. We should not shy away from addressing that. Even AI in mental health care. More data comes, more planning, more analytics, more tools. Every solution that we develop with you on the ground, it's a live solution. We cannot compare data entry operators to data analytics or just printing of OPD cards. Currently, this country is at the stage of only printing of OPD cards with name of the person, age, everything. Next. And these will be some national benefits. I have some issues. In healthcare, the problem statement should be written by doctors, not by KPMG. I'll share a joke with you. There was a Puranik sir, I require your attention. Wonderful joke. You share a lot of jokes with me. This is for you. So there's a shepherd on the highland. He's with a lot of sheep, and a Jeep Cherokee screeches to a halt next to him. And a gentleman in a fine Italian suit comes out, asks him that, hey, if I tell you how many sheep you have, will you give me what I need, my fees? He said, yes, what do you want in your fees? He said, I'll take one of your sheep as my fees. So, fine, okay. Then he takes out his laptop, gets connected to a data server, takes a 10,000 page printout, and there's a summary report, and he says, you have about 2, 3, 4, 5 sheep with you. He said, fine, now give me my fees. Takes his fees, starts going away. Then he tells the fine gentleman that, please stop. I have a question to ask. If I guess what your profession is, will you give back from me what you've taken from me? He says, okay. He says, I think you are a KPMG consultant. He said, yes, that's correct. But how did you guess that? Because it's very simple. You came here without being called for. Secondly, you charge me to tell me something which I already know. Thirdly, you don't know your job because of sheep, you have taken my dog. That is the sad story of consulting, which is ripping apart oil and gas. I have met a lot of people. When I went to Oil India Limited, They said they are planning automation of the plant without consulting the engineers. We are trying to put Western models into our Indian system. It will not work. If I have to work out a model for it or sickle cell anemia, I'll have to go and sit with people who are like in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, in Maharashtra, on the ground, in the remote areas, understand the problem, design the solution, and then bottom up, not reverse. And that's where I have always a mental fight with NIC people because things don't work. All of you are drawing money from CNA. It's a Herculean task. We must design healthcare systems speaking to people on the ground. These are not castles in air. You have to have solid foundations on the ground. Next slide, please. And when we deploy this, we have to make things affordable. Technology has to be not arrogant. Technology has to be affordable. Then technology will lead to mass adoption. And technology can't be WhatsApp University. It has to be based on science. Today, the fear is that a lot of people, without consulting doctors, go and see something on internet, take some medication, will complicate their body, then they'll come to doctors. Now sort it out. You develop a gangrene, a wound is converted into gangrene, then you come back for it. It cannot happen. And that is what I will say that all doctors must come together in Northeast and we should make a policy document. We should come from bottoms up, not reverse. If I had not gone to Dr. Pandian, honestly speaking, I was thinking in different lines. When I sat with you, I understood it. After that, I went to more clients. I started understanding axis issues, outer structure of inner structure, softness needed. I didn't even know that after stump is cut, amputation is done. The body structure keeps on changing. So if I scan a patient, I have to give a stump in a limited time. Otherwise, structure will change. It was learning on the ground. In fact, you must start courses, sir, how to do proper amputation. I'll give you some nasty cases of amputation which is happening in the country. Because you do nasty work and then what happens, you can't even give them a proper prosthetic device. Do you agree, Pandianji? That's a major issue. All learnings in the field. And these things have been documented here in this record, which you build up. Because the doctor has to use it. Engineers will do a lot of bullshitting. I call it mind my thing. So it's intellectual masturbation. We don't do that. We have to sit on the ground, work with doctors to understand the problem. Because what we do in labs is of no use. Practical exposure is very important. Next slide, please. While we deploy, as I told you, model should come from you. Whether it's a normal treatment or specialized disability treatment, how data has to be structured, what are the courses that I have to run, everything has to come from there. Next. Answer these things. I think, sir, junior doctors need to be taught how to write prescription. This is very, very important. Even in tribal areas, we should train people when you go and start going collection of data. Let's say we pick up sickle cell anemia. There's an international system of classification of diseases. What is that? They must be told. There are some terminologies that people should be told. How do you structure lab reports? DICOM structure. These things have to be standardized in the country. Somebody is selling apple, somebody is selling orange, things like that. And you're unfortunately complicating things for doctors in the last one who has to do everything on the ground. A lot of things, we need to define the SOP, but these are something which I learned speaking to doctors. I'm not a doctor. It is my exposure to hospitals which I have come across these things. But if we don't define the SOP also with you, technology is garbage in, garbage out. So please help us. I have engineers, I have people who can work with you, but we need to define a good, robust system. And why I'm telling, I went to Luxembourg and they are trying to convince WHO to give a global data set for healthcare. Then started speaking to the director of Luxembourg Institute of Health. It's one of the most well-funded research institutes. Luxembourg is the richest country in the world, by the way. And they have a $5 billion kitty only to structure data of healthcare. They're calling it a clean data lake. So entire EU is into one project and structured is in Luxembourg, headquartered in Luxembourg. And I started speaking to him. I said, Doctor, tell me what's the data set on your model this? He said, I shared that yesterday also 50,000. I said, if I sneeze in India, one municipal ward will have 5 lakh people. But we having the population are not controlling standards. That is the saddest part of technology. and you are made to do things which is suits the West. Pfizer and Merck has no interest in getting this country treated. They want more medication, people to eat it. They will make India a pill popping country. Our doctors will have to come together, our policy planners will have to come together to have this kind of data sets, because you have to rip them apart in a number of things. Tribals' way of life also has some, they look at nature, they treat themselves. We have never thought to use that knowledge and put it on a BioVia platform or Dassault and get the entire thing certified. It's a global standard certification of medication. When you talk about Ayurveda, Ayush, Indian systems of medicine, we have to take the traditional knowledge of tribals and put it in a particular format. And I'll request Shakma sir, I will keep on making more documents for you. When you define the tribal sub-plan, if this country is too much of a contractor economy, all the money is going on bridges, roads, buildings, that is good. But the larger problems can only be solved much faster through digital interventions. We must start having an inner budget, like government has come with agriculture budget, railway budget. We must also have a decision budget for health, especially a country which has so much of diverse population, geographically spread, limited resources, limited doctors. We need to equip them well with the right tools so that their time is utilized more productively compared to present. Next slide. Thank you so much, all of you. And this was because Sir is interested in sickle cell anemia and on a more organized scale. So we are trying to do a lot of things, but things are not structured. In fact, one of the projects that we can pick up, yes, madam, please come over. Yeah, please come here on the stage. Please introduce yourself and then you speak.
Myself, Dr. Neha Singh from Chhattisgarh. I'm a senior scientist. So one thing, like prevalence of this sickle cell anemia in Chhattisgarh is 10%. And right now we are doing only the solubility test on the field. So it is very important, and it will be very good to develop a digital technology or the any small tool by which we can detect the sickle cell at the ground level, at the field level, because we are willing to develop such kind of technology, and we are looking for such kind of technologies. At this point I just wanted to add, because sir said like sickle cell anemia we are going to work on maybe in the coming future. And sir, apart from sickle cell anemia, like we are having CKD also. That is so for that also right now we are using the digital biochemistry analyzer at the field level. So for that also, this is my request or wish. Like if we can develop some digital device for the this kind of disease, sickle cell disease, and to trace the CKD, because CKD is the biggest problem in Chhattisgarh, in the Garyaban district, Supebera, and Mahasamund district. So there we are having around 10% in every 1,000 of population. So it's a high burden in Chhattisgarh. So that is what.
So, ma'am, you talked about digitization. So please give your statement and we'll keep on solving things. In fact, yesterday I couldn't share with you this device. One of the most common prevalent problem in rural areas, I showed you some pictures yesterday of the woman who was working in cane and bamboo, and they have wounds on a daily basis. In oil and gas companies, you have burn injuries. You have farmers who work in the field because they're using equipments. You have wound immediately. And there's a massive problem. The common practice in hospitals, especially at the primary healthcare centers, sub-centers, the moment somebody comes with a wound, the doctor will give an antibiotic. They give an antibiotic. That's one of the major reasons of microbial resistance in the country. The problem is that you don't have facilities of pus culture, and that will take 3 days, 4 days time for to give you a report. This is something which we have homegrown in Safdarjung Hospital with the burns department. Anybody coming with a wound, it's about 97% accuracy. You have to it's a scanner, you scan the wound on this. Within 15 seconds on the screen, you will get a report. 2 things. A, does the wound have bacterial infection? Yes or not? If yes, is it gram-positive, gram-negative bacteria? We have got more grants from the government. Now we have expanded this to animal disease also, wounds in animals. And I'm using AI for a lot of other things on this. So IoT and AI are going to change the way we treat people, because don't expect a lab to be set up in a village. Even if you set up a lab in a village, no technician will go and work over there. These are the kind of devices which will help you to stream people quickly and also avoid. I did my practical at Subdivision here. We're doing good. Even burn injury, you can't even touch a patient. Even taking a swab sample is very difficult. This is helpful. Acid attacks, this is helpful. In ESIC in Guwahati, we took off 10 patients out of 16 from antibiotics because they did not have wound infection. So any problems that you have, once you tell us the problem, we'll get at the research funds, we'll work together with you. Please, Dr. Saab, please.
Like very useful because we are getting like bacterial result in next 48 and 72 hours, and by the time doctor need to give the medicine. So that is becoming a big reason of AMR also. So such kind of technology, if they are having very good accuracy, then it will be really very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, Anand, your all the talks are very, very thought provoking, and I couldn't stop myself sharing my thoughts about it. I think there's not many stakeholders we need to be also requires inclusion with us. I'll recommend that we should have experts from ICMR, experts from military, and experts from IIT. And I'm ready to, like, I'm so excited and so enthusiastic to hold a similar conference at my place. I will host it, not a problem. But yeah, the technology adoption is the need of the hour. Prosthetics, the army is also having a 2-3 centers in Calcutta, in Kirki, and of course they are also adopting the modern technology. So we need to take them on board. We were talking about a lot of prosthetics, especially the amputees. In my life, I have been a surgeon for 40 years, and I have done umpteen numbers of amputation. I've been professor for 15 years, so I've been teaching the right method of amputation, all kinds of amputation, and then refashioning. Of course, there is a lot of deficiency of, we need to have a capacity building for all. There is a special prosthetic surgeons, a separate specialty in army. It needs to be propagated and to be adopted in the civil counterpart also. People think that only the military people gets amputated. No, there are not many people who keeps on landing with the accidents, railway accidents, car accident, fall, and all those things, cross injuries, and they really needs to be rehabilitated. It really pains me when I see people without prostheses. But there are a lot of philanthropic agencies from Jain communities, Jaipur Foot, and all that. And I do have their addresses on my telephone because I'm very passionate about it. So this certainly needs capacity building, and we should be having a state-wise, those prosthetic centers with the experts. So it requires a lot of team building about it, and certainly 3D printing made to be available. Those technicians made to be available, the raw materials and all that. It's a mammoth task. I think Anand can really take up these issues. And when we work with the IIT people, we can come out with a lot of innovations and more indigenous products. Sickle cell anemia, a lot of genomic studies will be happening. A lot of projects are already running with the ICMR. I'm not the right person to comment about it. Only the hematologist people can talk about it. But this is also a problem with the tea workers tribals in Assam, and will be taking up. Coming back to the tribal health, I'll be attending a meeting over here again in Delhi on 20th with the tribal affair ministry, and we'll be working on equipping those faith healers, local doctors with this handheld devices like Imagio, which you just showed for that. There's so many devices which are coming up, which will be wearable technology, and with the remote you'll be able to observe, you'll be able to transfer the data, and there will be centers to support all those peripheral people. We are going to equip peripheral ASHA workers, peripheral this healers and all that. and then we'll be aiding the drone technology, and then adapting and rather investing a lot of money to research those alternative medicines which are prevalent, what kind of plants they're using, what kind of concoction they're using, what kind of ointment they're making. So now this is the time when people have suddenly woken up, and I'm sure the government will be coming forward to promote all kind of the adopting the newer technology, this all gadgets which are available in the market, and setting up, training up the people, capacity building, more research, so that humanity gets elevated and free from pain and suffering. Thank you very much.
And the drones.
Obviously, sir.
You're right. Yes. I'm already using it all.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. And as you said, I'm ready to work and collaborate. I have no egos. If you have to grow, the first thing you have to break is your first internal ego. The more we work with people, the more we learn and more we grow. So we have to be humble to grow. And I'm open to work with anybody. I was always told you. In fact, IIT is already one of our partners. IIT Guwahati is one of our partners in the 7-axis idea came from then only. When we were working on some machining for oil and gas. Rubul Barwaji, I met him when he was working in NRL, and I came with a lot of things. And he said, you must set up a good tool room. So even the Ministry of MSME, they have now approved a tool room for oil and gas. So that's how I developed the 7-axis machine. It will be used for anything. Now you cannot look at only 3 XYZ axis, but you have got 7 options to design any product. Now going forward, first of all, before we go forward, we'd like all the doctors from Northeast to be facilitated by Dr. Chakma sir and Loro sir. The team from Nagaland, please can you come on the stage? Dr. Dr. Nefrio and ma'am, please come over. Please. No. Dr. Sange and Dr. Iju from Sikkim, please come on the stage. A very good performing team, sir, in Sikkim. The CMO is very good, the entire team is very supportive. 2 states have been doing something well in 3D printing, Tripura and Sikkim. Dr. Sange. I'll call Dr. Sunil Sharma on the stage, please. I'll call Dr. Pratim Gupta from Dibrugarh, please, on the stage. They all stood by us in our journey. It's their success. Dr. Partha Patel, Guwahati Medical College, please. Dr. Prasenjit from Tripura Red Cross Society, please, on the stage. Nirupam sir, when I went to Tripura, I had no toehold in the ground, and we met Prasenjit sir from Tripura Red Cross Society. Overnight, everything was arranged. A fine gentleman, very helpful. Our entry into Tripura would not have been possible because of but for him. And my entire team is very thankful. Whenever we have any need, any help, he is the one to step forward, speak to CM or anybody. Always very, very helpful. Very kind, very generous. And now I'll call Dr. Janet from Mizoram. When I went first to sir work in NEC, I met Madam Lalo Dingi. Yeah, and she is now vice to the chief minister, and she said Mizoram has a lot of problems. And at that time, when we held the first workshop, we didn't even know that the next honorable chief minister of Mizoram will be from that place. We first, in fact, before he became the CM, we started deploying it, and he was kind enough to come and inaugurate in person. And he was joking to all the girls that you learn scanning around thousands of rupees. Dr. Janet has been very helpful in running in difficult circumstances over there, serving people in remote area. Very cooperative, very helpful, and I have a lot of regards for Madam Lalo Dingi. She has helped us out in Northeast a lot. And now I'll call Tapashi and Ashish Day from Tripura. Please come on the stage. Tripura, sir, being headed by a Dr. Chief Minister, is very proactive in healthcare. We've got support through and through and everything. Ashish, please. I'll call team infield on the stage, please. Shrishti is heading a startup, and her team is doing an excellent job in using AI in mental health care. You know, in Northeast, I was discussing yesterday, we have issues of people who have been displaced in Manipur. There are other mental issues, there's drug issues. Everywhere there's a mental health issue. We have very few psychiatrists. This has evolved a AI solution where we can counsel people online and find the bigger problems to be sent to referral hospitals. And she'll be very close working with us to deploy these pilot cases in all the 8 states of Northeast. Beyond that, also, please suggest in tribal areas we can deploy that, especially tribal students who go and study in big cities. It's a cultural gap, mental adjustment. That time also we can try these kind of tools to help them out to soften their problems. Shrishti and your team on the stage, please.
We share this as a group, you can then pick amongst your friends.
I'll call Dr. Neha from Chhattisgarh on the stage, please. Madam from TIS, please come on the stage. I am please. And Dr. Jinder on the stage, please. Sir, in this journey, when I was tasked by a donor and NEC to make a DPR, That time I had no introduction to any of the universities in Northeast, and I went and took a chance with DIC Punjab University. Despite being based in Chandigarh, Dr. Jindal and his team, what you see today, from academic side, he'll help me connect with academia all across Northeast, outside of Northeast, help me with a lot of inputs from students, resource people. We have the team from DIC there. They have been very helpful. Initially, my foundation is because of DIC Chandigarh, and thank you so much, Jindal sir. You have been very kind and very helpful to us throughout and through and through.
ज्यादा थोड़ा
Dr. Prabhujot Suga from SPA, please. Sugaji is heading this architecture department, School of Planning and Architecture, and deploying, he's been helping us in the district infrastructure of assets in Northeast. Sugaji, I want to extract one commitment from you. I have a lot of cane and bamboo workers in Northeast, a lot of tribal women work on that. Please help us with nice design studios so our women can make products which can be sold on a global scale. Expensive designer products from the low end thing to very high end thing. And it's my wish that we do a 3D printed fashion show in Milan next year with tribal students and tribal fashion designers of Northeast. I've already taken a commitment from MEA. The funding is ready. Your support, technical team, you and the National Institute of Design have to come together, help me realize that dream. Why should they only make good products? We should have also LVs made in India, some other brand, maybe someday. It's a dream. And your role is very critical. Thank you so much. I think we can all take a break for a tea right now.
Yes.
With the necessary.
Commission for Scheduled Tribe. लेकिन ये 20 साल का अंदर में नॉर्थ ईस्ट से कोई नहीं था कमीशन में. I am the first member from the North East in the National Commission for Scheduled Tribe. तो अभी लग रहा है नॉर्थ ईस्ट का थोड़ा माने टेंशन में आएगा. And I am so happy today. I am meeting so many doctors, from the North East. के नॉर्थ ईस्ट का जितना भी 7 sister, 8 sister, and what I have through my discussion with Mr. Anand, he shared many of his experience in Northeast, जहाँ में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का ज्यादा जोर देता है. बिल्डिंग बनाओ, ब्रिज बनाओ, सब पैसा तो वहां ही जाता है. लिवलीहुड, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट सेक्टर में पैसा ज्यादा इन्वेस्ट नहीं होता है उधर में. वेरी फ्रेंकली आई एम टेलिंग. My colleague is also, we have discussed many things with him. इसलिए जो भी मैंने प्रॉब्लम रह गया उधर में, एजुकेशन का वही प्रॉब्लम रह गया, हेल्थ केयर का वही प्रॉब्लम रह गया, है ना, लिवलीहुड का वो भी प्रॉब्लम रह गया, सॉल्यूशन हो नहीं पाया. अभी टाइम है to find out the solution कि अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का सॉल्यूशन कैसा हो सकता है, कौन सा टेक्नोलॉजी लाने से हमारा एम्प्लॉयमेंट हो सकता है. यस्टरडे, कल हम जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट ट्रस्ट में गए. मुंबई में. आई एम कमिंग स्ट्रेट अवे फ्रॉम दैट प्लेस. कल तो जहाज से, रोड से, हवाई से, तीनों का माध्यम से हम आए. तो वहां जाके देखा, से we had a review meeting in Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust. In the morning we had a review meeting. और छोटा स्टीमर से लेके गया फ्रॉम गेटवे ऑफ इंडिया. फिर दिखाया कि कंटेनर जो टर्मिनल है, जो इंटरनेशनल कार्गो आता है उधर, तो पास फॉरेन कंपनी का टर्मिनल लगाया. एंड द फैसिलिटी वाज ये जो जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट अथॉरिटी जो फैसिलिटी क्रिएट किया है, वो टर्मिनल को लीज में दे दिया फॉरेन कंपनी को. इंडियन कंपनी एक ही है, बाकी सब फॉरेन कंपनी है. तो दिस कार्गो शिप जो कंटेनर लेके आता है, वहां में अनलोड होता है, लोड होता है. तो हमें बोला कि एक जहाज का एक दिन का भाड़ा ये जो है 1 करोड़ रुपीस. तो इसलिए एज सुन एज इट अराइव, उसको अनलोड करके फिर लोड करके हम बेच देते हैं. दे डोंट वांट टू, उन्होंने से 2 करोड़ दे लगेगा. तो आई कम फ्रॉम मिजोरम, मैंने तो सागर देखा ही नहीं है. दीघा में एक बार गया था, कलकत्ता, तो सागर को देखने के लिए. तो इट वाज माने वेरी यूनिक एक्सपीरियंस कि वहां जाके देखा है कितना जहाज मैंने रखा है, जैसे पार्किंग करके रखा है, छोटा जहाज, बड़ा जहाज. तो हमने जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी का या जवाहरलाल नेहरू जो पोर्ट ट्रस्ट है, इसका चेयर सीएमडी मिस्टर आउटमेस, हाँ, वाह, उनको पूछा कितना आपका यहाँ कितना नॉर्थ ईस्ट का काम करने वाला कितना है? बोला है ही नहीं. तो वहां में नहीं तो दूसरा पोर्ट में भी नहीं होगा शायद। इतो में देखो, मिजोरम कम फ्रॉम मिजोरम इज ए लैंड लॉक स्टेट। हमारा नदी भी बहुत छोटा छोटा है, वेरी स्मॉल स्मॉल रिवर, एंड आई बिलीव 95% मिजोरम वाला तो सागर देखा ही नहीं है। वी हैव नॉट सीन। बोला कि आप 500 युवा को लेके आओ, विल होस्ट देम, विल मेक ऑल अरेंजमेंट। ये डिस्कशन है मेरे बाद में। बोला देखो इधर में तो नॉट ए स्टूडेंट जो 12 क्लास पास है, दे कैन गेट जॉब, जैसे सीफेयर्स का जो जॉब होता है, हाँ सेफेरार, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का क्लास 12 होने से इंग्लिश आता है। तो वहां में तो इंटरनेशनल ये कार्गो शिप आता है, ये आता है ना, तो उसको ट्रेन करेगा तो उसको नौकरी मिल जाएगा। 12 क्लास पास, नॉट ए स्टूडेंट नोज इंग्लिश, हाउ टू स्पीक इन इंग्लिश, इसका एक एडवांटेज है। ही वाज टेलिंग मी, आप लेके आओ, विल ट्रेन देम, और नौकरी मिलना भी आसानी हो जाएगा। तो जहां में देखे कोई है ही नहीं अभी, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का कोई नहीं है उधर।
सर मैं ऐड करूं,
हाँ,
शिपिंग इंडस्ट्री से ऑर्डर करवा लिया है हम लोग। वहाँ पे एक ट्रेनिंग सेंटर खोला है नॉर्थ ईस्ट के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए। वो फाइल यहाँ से जा रही है, तो ऑलरेडी 3 तारीख को ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है वो। और वी आर एड्रेसिंग 3 एरियाज। तो शिपिंग इंडस्ट्री ने ओके करे, सोनावा साहब का प्रेजेंटेशन किया था मैंने, तो वहाँ पे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए ट्रेनिंग के लिए सेंटर बनाएंगे वहाँ पे। प्लस जितनी भी हमारे यहाँ पेट्रोल की बोट्स है उसमें ऑयल एंड गैस ऑयल लीक होती है, तो नदियों की पानी खराब होती है, तो वी आर मेकिंग हाइड्रोजन पावर स्मॉल वेसल्स फॉर शिपिंग इन नॉर्थ ईस्ट, नदी में शिपिंग के लिए। दैट बी अ कोलैबोरेशन बिटवीन JNPT एंड एमट्रॉन टू डेवलप दिस। तो पूरी फाइल मैं साथ शेयर कर लूंगा आपको, सिर्फ एक्सपेडाइट कर लिया, बट ऑलरेडी ऑर्डर हो चुकी है, शिपिंग इंडस्ट्री ने ओके कर दिया इसको।
तो अभी देखिए, जो सेक्टर है बाद में जाके जो इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड कहा होता है, because this cargo ship, it come from different माने ये बोट। और जो मिजोरम में जो एक नॉर्थ ईस्ट का गेटवे थ्रू मिजोरम बनने जा रहा है ना, कालादान मल्टी मॉडल ट्रांसपोर्ट ट्रांसिट प्रोजेक्ट, which will come via सिटुई, म्यांमार का फोर्ट सिटुई से कलकत्ता, within 14 hours from कलकत्ता टू मिजोरम। और मिजोरम का सागर में जाने का कोई रास्ता नहीं है, बांग्लादेश इज नॉट गिविंग एक्सेस। तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया जो कालादान मल्टी मॉडल ट्रांसपोर्ट ट्रांसिट प्रोजेक्ट है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट को सी एक्सेस देने के लिए कोशिश जो जारी है। आई थिंक कम बहुत आगे बढ़ चुका है। आई थिंक couple of years it will be materialized. What I'm trying to say is that नॉर्थ ईस्ट का जितना भी इश्यूज है, हेल्थ केयर इश्यूज है, एजुकेशन इश्यूज है, कॉलेज है, डिग्री मिल रहा है, लेकिन वो डिग्री होल्डर बाजार में बिकता नहीं है। You got my point ना? नौकरी नहीं मिल रहा है। Dr. Manmohan Singh, when he was finance minister, once he came to Mizoram, we hosted a dinner for him. I was a minister at that time. He told us that जो illiterate है, इनका अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट सॉल्व करना प्रॉब्लम होता है, लेकिन जो एडुकेटेड है, जैसे कुछ डिग्री मिला है, इनका अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट सॉल्व करने का आसानी होता है, क्योंकि उसमें कुछ उसको सिखाओ। फिर आज जैसे हमने डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन देखा है कि डिजिटल एक मोबाइल से भी मैंने कुछ हो सकता है। जो सॉल्यूशन दिखाया है, जो बैक्टीरिया निकालने का, खोज करने का जो मशीन, छोटा मशीन दिखाया है आप लोग, ये तो कोई भी क्लास 10 आदमी, 12 पढ़ने वाला आदमी, they can learn it ना। सो एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी हो सकता है उधर। सो इसी तरह से देखे, नेशनल कमीशन फॉर शेड्यूल ट्राइब हमारा मैंडेट दिया गया कि शेड्यूल ट्राइब का जितना भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल सेफगार्ड्स है, उसका प्रोटेक्शन हो रहा कि नहीं हो रहा है, उसको देखना है। साथ ही साथ जो शेड्यूल ट्राइब लोगों का वेलफेयर के लिए क्या जरूरी है, सरकार को हम लोग एडवाइस दे सकता है, रिकमेंडेशन दे सकता है। तो इसलिए डिस्ट्रिक्ट कमीशन का जो एडवाइजरी रोल है, उसको रोल को फुलफिल करने के लिए हमें आप जैसे लोगों की जरूरत है। जैसे आमंत्रण ने कुछ सजेशन दिया है हमें हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन की कि ये there are so many issues. I think I did not elaborate, but what I wanted to share is that विलेज में, गांव में एक तो हेल्थ केयर इशू, उसमें सॉल्यूशन क्या दे, यू कैन गाइड अस। और एजुकेशन, जो एजुकेशन मैंने ये गांव में हाउ टू इम्प्रूव दैट एजुकेशन। कुछ ट्राइबल मैंने एरिया, हम लोग ऐसा ट्राइबल एरिया देखा है, हॉस्टल है लेकिन हॉस्टल में कोई फैसिलिटी नहीं दे रहा है, तो उसको स्ट्रेंथन करना पड़ेगा। स्किल डेवलपमेंट का ऊपर में कुछ सॉल्यूशन आप लोग दे सकता है, हाउ टू एनहेंस द स्किल। ट्राइबल का तो स्टेमिना तो बहुत है, लेकिन करेक्ट सॉल्यूशन नहीं मिल रहा है। तो अनलेस द ट्राइबल पीपल आर स्किल, वो स्किल भी जैसे ट्रेडिशनल आप तक जितना भी स्किल मिल रहा है उसको तो नहीं होगा। आजकल तो मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी आया है, तो मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी से अगर मैंने if they are not connected with modern technology, then they cannot, tribal cannot come up, they cannot cope up। जैसे शिपिंग में कुछ जो प्रोजेक्ट हमने बनाया, there is lot of scope। जैन पे तो बोला था 4 साल में देखिए, 4-5 साल में 25-30 हजार लोगों को नौकरी मिल सकता है उधर। बट our people has to go there, लैंड शिपिंग, उसमें सिर्फ रिपेयर का काम भी सीखने से यार नौकरी मिल जाएगा। क्रूज शिप में देखिए, क्रूज शिप में भी जैसे पैसेंजर शिप होता है, होटल मैनेजमेंट जहां में माने जरूरी है, क्रूज में भी ऐसे ही जरूरी है ना। सो देर आर लॉट ऑफ स्कोप, बट उसमें जो आजकल का टेक्नोलॉजी, ट्राइबल एरिया में ऐसे भी टेक्नोलॉजी का टू रीच आउट वेरी डिफिकल्ट। तो आप ऐसा मॉडर्न कुछ कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव मैंने टेक्नोलॉजी लेके, इफ यू कैन मेक द ट्राइबल यूथ, उसको ट्रेनिंग देके एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप नौकरी मिल सकता है। I come from a subdivision where I have one community health center। इसका कम्युनिटी हेल्थ सेंटर में जैसे आज में देखा या वो कुछ नहीं है। ये डेंटल एक ये डॉक्टर था, वो भी नहीं है अभी। और ईसीजी जो जैसे मैंने ये किया था वो भी नहीं है। लेकिन आपका सॉल्यूशन इतना कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव भी नहीं है। अरे आई थिंक रूरल एरिया में especially tribal area में this kind of technology will be very useful. So हम लोग देख ले ट्राइबल सब प्लान में रिकमेंडेशन देने के लिए आर्टिकल 275 इसका पैसा भी कितना जाता है ट्राइबल एरिया में, लेकिन मोस्ट ऑफ द मनी गोज फॉर बिल्डिंग के लिए जाता है जहाँ में फायदा मिलेगा। लिवलीहुड में स्कीम देख के क्या फायदा मिलेगा? किसी को तो फायदा मिलना है ना। बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन होगा तो किसी को फायदा मिलेगा, लेकिन मास पीपल को फायदा नहीं हो रहा है। सो आई थिंक गवर्नमेंट हैज डिवाइड सो मेनी स्कीम, नाउ वी हैव टू सी दोस मनी शुड बी चैनलाइज्ड इन सच अ वे कि प्रॉब्लम सॉल्यूशन का फोकस करके वो मनी को ये करना पड़ेगा। And NCST will be very happy to get your suggestion कि हमें सरकार को क्या एडवाइस देना है, because we have the advisory role ना। What we can recommend to the government, ये स्कीम लाओ, वो स्कीम लाओ, इस फील्ड में ये करो। So in order to fulfill our advisory role, I think we need the people like you to guide us. तब जाके गवर्नमेंट को हम लोग बोल सकते हैं कि ट्राइबल के लिए, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए क्या क्या जरूरी है। अभी जहां भी जाओ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेशियो, वहां में तो मिजोरम में देखो, आई कम फ्रॉम मिजोरम स्टेट, 35 कॉलेजेस है, अभी यूनिवर्सिटी भी है। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का तो प्रॉब्लम बढ़ते ही जा रहा है। बट आई ऑल्सो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि मेरा कोई दौरा में ओवरहे में होटल में हम रुका, इस बार ट्राइडेंट में रुका। नॉर्थ ईस्ट का काफी है, सो मेनी वर्किंग इन द 5-star होटल, जो होटल मैनेजमेंट करके गया है। ओवरहे में भी, इवन फ्रॉम नियर बाय माई विलेज आई मेट वन लेडी जो वहां में काम कर रहा है। तो लाइकवाइज शिकागो कोई भी जा सकता है। If they are trained, they can go anywhere. Artist people, तो they are also challenging also. जैसे हमने बोला सी फरार में काफी ये है, तो इन दिस सेक्टर ऑल्सो उनका वन कैन गो। तो इसलिए आई फ्रॉम द कमीशन साइड आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट योर सजेशन कि हमें बोलिए कि शेड्यूल ट्राइब कमीशन का जो मैंडेट है, जो एडवाइजरी रोल है, आज का दिन में गवर्नमेंट को क्या पॉलिसी मेटर में हम लोग एडवाइस दे सकता है जरूरी का हिसाब से। जैसे जैसे सिंपल टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आया है हम लोग, इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी है। लाइकवाइज उसमें टीचिंग सेक्टर में, टेक्नोलॉजी में, स्किल डेवलपमेंट में और भी इनोवेटिव माने आइडिया ला सकता है। देन वी कैन एडवाइस द गवर्नमेंट कि इस फील्ड में क्या करना है। ऑफ कोर्स इसे नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट कमीशन में 4 मेंबर है इंक्लूडिंग द चेयरमैन, तो 4 मेंबर में मिनिस्ट्री भी बटा हुआ है। distributed with the work allocation, and also the state, the northeastern state come under me, and some other ministry also. So I am always there. Please kindly note my telephone number. I am sharing with you, as I shared with Anand. My telephone number you can write 9862570100. 9862570100. I am available 24/7. जब भी you can call me, you can text me. If you have any suggestion, you can share with me. So I'm very happy and especially I met Mr. Dr. Loro. He's from Manipur. He has been here before me. And all the wonderful people gathered here. Thank you so much. He said a few observations I can make. और जो भी आपका जो सुझाव होगा, the commission will be very pleased to incorporate in our suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. So, since the topic of JNPT came, तो तीन एरिया में where we are working. One is मैंने वहाँ एक ट्रायल पे मशीन लगाया है to use 3D printer to convert bamboo dust into pellets for containers. JNPT has to meet net zero targets. उनको there's carbon footprint everything, ship loading, unloading, packaging, handling. तो हमने वहाँ बैठ के उनके साथ एक 2 महीने बिताए वहाँ पे, obviously over a period of time. बॉम्बे में आई वर्क विद 2 एजेंसीज, मजगांव डॉकयार्ड, जहां मैं सबमरीन की डिजाइन कर रहा हूँ, इंडियन सबमरीन्स की डिजिटली. What Germany is doing for X, we'll do it for half the cost, and making lightweight and more robust materials for submarines. यहाँ पे भी मैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चों को 100 बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग करा के पॉलिटेक्निक में फर्स्ट टाइम उनको सबमरीन डिजाइन में डालूंगा. ये मेरी अपनी विश है और ये कमिटमेंट मैंने वहां मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस से लिया कि व्हेन आई डिजाइन द प्रोजेक्ट, give the chance to 100 kids from Northeast to work on submarines. उन्होंने सबमरीन देखा नहीं किसी ने. Number 2, shipping. JNPT is the most profitable port in India. तो वहां पे हमारी रिसोर्स क्या है? Everybody North is strong in cane and bamboo. तो मैंने बोला कि आपकी ये 10,000 हेक्टेयर की जमीन है, इसमें ये आपकी एक्टिविटीज हैं, इतनी कार्बन फुटप्रिंट इसकी है. Replacing lot of things with cane and bamboo will reduce the carbon footprint. इस पे वो मैं काम कर रहा हूँ. What's the net cost? Plus हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट के आर्टिजन्स को लेंगे एंड केन एंड बैम्बू से जब पैलेट डिजाइन हो जाएगी तो पूरी शिपिंग में ऑल प्लास्टिक कंटेनर्स विल बी रिप्लेस्ड बाय बैम्बू पैलेट्स. इट इज द $multi-million इंडस्ट्री. ये सारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नॉर्थ ईस्ट में होगी, वहां से वहां जाएगी. इसमें हम और आईआईटी इकट्ठे काम कर रहे हैं. नंबर 2, मैंने पिकअप किया है एक्सपेंसिव क्रूज लाइनर्स. उसकी पूरी इंटीरियर्स को हम कैसे वुड में बना सकते हैं. If you see Rolex की Rolls Royce की टॉप एंड मॉडल्स, उसकी पूरी इंटीरियर जो मैगनी वुड में बनती है, we can replace that with bamboo. Today we have got so many technologies. तो मैंने एक मशीन बनाई भी, मेरी ट्रायल कर रहा हूँ मैं. I am trying to get the right solvents. Once that solvent is ready, we can use recycled plastic as a solvent, mix it with bamboo and make wonderful things which nobody can see. तो एक तरफ ये using bamboo plus हम recycling plastic from drains, उसको यूज करके विल मर्ज करके हम इस चीज को बनाएंगे शिपिंग में. तीसरी, वी आर डेवलपिंग इंडियन वाटरवेज, नेशनल वाटरवे 2 ब्रह्मपुत्र. नन ऑफ द इवन क्लास 3 एम्प्लॉइज आर फ्रॉम नॉर्थ ईस्ट. तो अभी आई एम मेकिंग अ डीपीआर की किस तरह से हम टूलू बना के जेटीज बनाना, मेंटेन करना, क्रूज लाइनर्स बनाना, मेंटेन करना, फैब्रिकेशन. एट अ पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम होम्स यूज्ड टू द बेस्ट शिप बिल्डर्स. Britishers cut all the trees to ensure that this industry was transferred from India to UK. They just destroyed our forests. Go back in history. We have the art. Yes, sir. This was the order from 5G इन पोर्ट्स, इसको सबसे पहले मैंने पॉपुलेट किया, जिस चीज को हमने एक छोटे से लैब में गुवाहाटी में बनाया। आई वर्क विद पोर्ट्स ऑटोमेशन। आज पोर्ट की टर्न अराउंड टाइम आपने बोली, उसको मैं डबल करने वाला यूजिंग 5G। वी आर जस्ट टेस्टिंग, मेरे पास आज वी हैव सम रिसोर्सेज कंस्ट्रेंट्स, बट वी कैन टर्न अराउंड द प्रोडक्टिविटी ऑफ JNPT बाय 30%। और इसमें मैं आपको नॉर्थ ईस्ट की यूनिवर्सिटीज के 50% बच्चों को डाल के दिखाऊंगा, इवन ऑन हाई एंड जॉब्स। What is required is that people have to look at North East with a different prism. उस चश्मे में बहुत ज्यादा मायोपिया है। North East has a lot of talent. Given a chance, it can grow. You know, we have a habit of laughing at people from small places. This is very bad. This country belongs to everybody, right from a man. What the present government's agenda is Antodaya. Till we don't integrate them into mainland society, mainstream society, there will always be unwestern society. I have a lot of good friends in North East which I have developed over working over there. लोग मणिपुर जाने से घबराते हैं, मैं इसमें भी 10 बार होके आ गया, इस माहौल में भी। People are same. Dr. Loro is same. Sunil ji is same. I don't think if I walk into their homes I have any issues. And this thing is in shipping also, thanks to Dr. Loro. Your letter, sir, I was just displaying it earlier. आप वो लगाएंगे डॉक्टर लोरो की चिट्ठी? You gave me those 2 letters of introduction. We went to JNPT. Ministry of Shipping. From there, it took some time. They were not ready to accept कि 5G में so much work has been done in Northeast. Unmesh Walks, sir, I have met. In fact, next time I'll go along with you. Because of code of conduct in Maharashtra, I could not go there. He told me to come after code of conduct. But your vision of putting tribals into shipping industry is a very, because now we are having Gati Shakti. So every mode of logistics will integrate, whether it is air, whether it is inland waterways and shipping. And we have to use the right skill sets. You know, you have Brahmaputra Living Bridge. I'm sorry, this Living Bridge in Meghalaya. You have bamboo art. Bamboo is a gold. With net zero goals, that's going to be biggest business. But we have to prepare enterprises from Northeast to reach those targets. We want, plus bamboo has female employability. You are creating employment for so many women. आज वहां की लेडी क्या करती है, मुर्गे बनाने की बात करते हैं 18 रुपए की, 10 बनाती है 180 रुपए। If I can give the right, मणिपुर, इम्फाल में, इमा मार्केट में, so many good things of cane and bamboo. मैं उस लेडी को कहता हूं, उस लेडी को जब तक हमने ये 180 से 5,000 रुपए नहीं ले गए, then we are not doing justice to their talent. And that is where we have to all come together. You as a policy maker, NID, SPA. In fact, Sugaji is in charge of that project, pelletization of bamboo. He is the principal investigator in the project. So we are doing a lot of things slowly, silently. I want to hit the tech world like a tsunami. Because when you talk to people, most people mock at you. You know, you're talking more than you can digest. But through your actions, you should show you can do it. Unmesh Wagji is a very good person. उन्होंने मेरे को पूरे आधे घंटे का, the chairman he gave me time. No सिफारिश. This letter went from ministry, called me, आप आओ बताओ. He is deputy to nodal officer. शायद उन्मेश कामितकर जी is there, who is in charge of this particular project. तो hopefully with your help, आपकी जो vision है, मैं 2025 एंड के पहले बहुत कुछ सर्च करके दिखा दूंगा. और जिस दिन 3D प्रिंटिंग विद बैम्बू आ गई, we are going to change this world how plastics can be phased out. बहुत बड़ी पोटेंशियल है. ये पूरी फाइल मिनिस्ट्री की है सर, पूरी फाइल. कैन यू गो टू द नीचे, नीचे सर, ऑलरेडी नीचे, और नीचे नहीं, अभी थी वो नोट मिनिस्ट्री की, ये. So they were issued last year only. Whatever action is needed, please take it, deploy it on the ground. Because shipping, you have to talk to a lot of people. I have seen all the berthing terminals, सब कुछ है. Technology is not owned by India. आप operations की बात करें, your entire information is known in Antwerp port. Antwerp की सॉफ्टवेयर है वो. आपकी शिप कब आ रही, कहां पर, हमें अटैक करने को, I'll take 2 minutes to attack pinpoint and attack JNPT. कुछ करना ही नहीं है मुझे. I know where to guide my missile. We have to first delink shipping operations from GPS. You will have to delink. Your entire trade lines are being mapped by your opponents. Your business, they know everything. We have to first delink that communication system. We are working on that communication. BL Bell के साथ मैं encryption पे काम कर रहा हूँ. कैसे change करेंगे उसको? What kind of sensors required to improve productivity? And this should be done by Indian engineers, not by whites. No KPMG. KPMG is doing more damage to the country. There is a book when McKinsey came to town. I'll give you that book. Read that. It documents worldwide. Wherever McKinsey has gone, they have fucked up the project. As simple as that. As simple as that. But still, they are fancy about McKinsey. Why? They are not concerned about how people are working in Mizoram or Manipur. They're just going to make money and publish reports and go away. While if you trust your own people, you will come with solutions. कहीं भी मिजोरम में मैं I am pushing very hard to Ministry of Culture कि मुझे AI lab के लिए पैसे दो. I want to, because I think Mizo are very great guitarists. So I want to create next Brian Adams or Pink Floyd who should come from Mizoram. That's a natural talent, natural asset. These are things that technology can enable you. So please help me. I will keep on coming to you with different requests. But JNPT, since you've been there before Christmas next year, this year in fact, we will show something on the ground where Northeast is integrated into the employment ecosystem and high employment in the shipping industry, which was not there. Thank you so much, sir. Now I'll just call all the participants to share their opinion. Starting with Prasenjit, sir, please come and share your views on what are your suggestions to make this digital healthcare initiatives, take it on the ground much further in the state of Tripura.
Good morning. My love, greetings, and gratitude to the dignitaries sitting in the dais and my friends. Before me, I have come from Tripura. Not many people know that Tripura was never part of British India. Tripura merged with Indian Union on the 15th of October 1949. Before that, Tripura was a princely state. It was independent. And because of Radcliffe Line, designed by the British, we lost huge territory of the erstwhile Tripura. The first airport of Tripura, Northeast is actually is in Tripura. It was constructed by our ex-Maharaja in 1933, much before the Guwahati airport. But we don't know this. We also, because of the Radcliffe line, we lost our railway line, which has gone into that time Pakistan. And we became a landlocked state. So I thought I should share with you this particular piece of information. And since yesterday, I am sitting here watching the program. It was an amazing one. You see the topic. I was going through this topic so many times only to understand what actually is the purpose of this program. See, there are three actually components. The most important component is to address the SDG 2030 gaps in the northeastern states. And what they want to do, this is a national consultation that we are going to hold this, that we are here today, yesterday and today. So basically it is national consultation to address the SDG goal through what? On adoption of Industry 4.1, 4.0 or digital health solution. It has been devised by Dr. Anand and I congratulate him. He is actually the driver of the society. We are very lucky that we are born and working on the time when Dr. Anand is with us. Sir, you are really the driver, you are the engine, we are the bogies here, if I may say so. And you carry forward all your tasks. A wonderful person, a wonderful persona. And he has everything. I just considered that he is like electric line. If you touch it, it will give you shock. Anything you say, he has an answer. That's wonderful. And it's nice that he has opened it in Guwahati. There are some other states also. So I would request him that he should open an office and a facility in Tripura. I mean, to begin with, maybe followed by other northeastern states. Since I am from Tripura, I am requesting that. And you see, I am also in some other assignments. I have some friends, colleagues in the national level, and they say that I'm going to Northeast. So I sometimes feel bad. I have some friends from southern part of India, Kerala and Andhra. So I used to cut in joke, I used to say that I'm going to South India. They used to feel bad. So why do you call South India? All these four states are different states. Those are unique in the sense I said, the way you talk about Northeast, I also tell you, I'm telling you the same thing with you. So I'm actually paying back the coin in your own path. So when I say I go to Kerala, I say I'm going to South India. Now they stop taking this. I think high time has come that we should start identifying all our states by its own names. It has a very huge culture and very rich repository of resources. And this is the time when we harness it. And of course, he would be our driver, would do it. And I have some more points to say. I visited Finland. They took me to a place where they are actually generating electricity out of bioresources. But when we wanted to go inside the factory where they're actually producing it, they somehow declined. And we are trying to, wanted to have some kind of transfer of technology, but that also they declined. But declined in a very diplomatic manner. Final end result is this that they don't give us. So that could be one. Bioelectricity from the bioresources of the northeastern states. And I think in the year 2007, 3 persons from Nanjing Forestry University, China, visited Tripura, including their vice chancellor. They called vice chancellor as director. And a lady was there accompanying the team, and she was holding a fluff of white ball. I was asking her, what is this? She said, this is bamboo fiber, and we can make out silk fiber from out of it. Here also I was talking to them about transfer of technology, but it was more of a showing off kind of thing. But they did not give us those technology. I mean, they are not willing also. I think now the time has come, it was there inside my mind. How do you get into this technology? Now, since Dr. Anand is there, I think this is the time when we can go for, preparation of bamboo silk, bamboo fiber, bamboo apparel out of the technology. I think technology will be available with us now. With the knowledge he has, I think it would be possible on our part. So these are some of the ideas that I'm sharing with you. And first time that I met him, I still remember that he wanted to have a program, a very short span of time, and it was organized. He was also there. He had been to my place, Agartala, our facility. And one day they went there, they imparted the training and gone back. It was another amazing thing I felt. This is the commitment they have for the work. And we are little bit, in Northeast, you also, I think, share my view. We are little bit lethargic, if I may say so. Lie is there. I think we'll have to shake it off from our narrative. And definitely, this solution, you talked about SDG. I'll just share something about SDG. You must be having the idea of what is actually SDG. This is Sustainable Development Goal. It was conceptualized by United Nations in the year 2015 with 17 parameters. And all these 17 parameters are there. And Dr. Anand has taken the responsibility of taking care of the health solutions. I hope we can encompass the other ones also and go forward so that finally Northeast India becomes the powerhouse of the country. With that, I think thanking again all of you for sharing your thoughts, your love and affection, and the roadmap that you are charting out. I think definitely we'll be able to achieve our objective within the timeline fixed by the government of India. Thank you for patient hearing. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful speech. Now, I really want to invite Dr. Vaishali Kole, Center for Disability Studies, TIS, Mumbai.
Very good afternoon to all of you. And it's a privilege and honor to be here on this platform, honorable dignitaries on the dais. And I especially thank Dr. Yadav and also Anandji for inviting me on this platform. And I'm seeing this conference since past yesterday, and the kind of innovative technology and AI solutions which has been built up by Amtron is absolutely phenomenal. And as rightly said by Sir, that he is a driver, taking all the different professional stakeholders with him as researchers, and I would say bogies, whatever you said, is so important and so essential. And I think this can be a role model, can be duplicated to the other states, and especially Maharashtra, because it's a financial hub of the, capital of the country. So I'm from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, from the Center for Disability Studies and Action. Uh, as you know, that Tata Institute of Social Sciences is started by Tatas in 1936, long back before the independence of the country, and they had this vision, especially after post World War One and Two, that how to establish, social work in the country, because you need to really help with the professional skills to help out people. And you can do social work for 1 day, 2 day, or week, or a month, but how to do it in a professional way so that the people's problem can be sustainably taken care. So he started. It's started by Sir Dorabji Tata, as a Sir Dorabji Tata School of Social Work in 1936, and he started with 20 students. And he said that you have a big question, that how will you solve the problems of the country? It's a huge poverty, drought, so many issues, and Pakistan, all kind of issues, religious issues. How will you solve that? So he placed actually all these 20 students of different parts of the country. One in Pakistan, means that Kashmir border. One is in Dharavi, Nagpada, then drought-affected areas, Punjab, and all these different places to solve the problems. So it started with the 20 students with that type of vision, that how will you transform the country. And now we have around 2,000 plus students with 69 different courses in the development sector. You just name it and the course is available as a master's course. And this was a vision of our ex-director, Professor Parsuraman, who was from ActionAid and different other, he was a demographic person, and he had this vision to change the country with the social bent of mind and reaching to the poorest of the person in the country. So this is the vision we have at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, that how to reach to the end of the person, and end row of the person, with the poorest of the poor, and how we can work for them in a professional way and create that kind of a transformation in their lives. So our TIS as a Tata Institute of Social Sciences is like an IIT in social science. It was with the earlier ministry, it was about to change as a center for University of Excellence in social sciences in the country, but then it took little time. But now we have around 69 different courses, like disaster management, regulatory governance, water policy, habitat studies, Dalit and tribal studies, disability studies. You just name it and the course will be there. So I was just wondering that, how we can connect with Anandji and take him there. And our Vice Chancellor, current Vice Chancellor, is also Vice Chancellor of IIM Mumbai. So he is a AI guru. So he'll be so thrilled to maybe meet Anandji and have, shared ideas. So my presentation is basically on the disability sector, because I teach in the Center for Disability Studies and Action. This was the first center established by UGC to have a program, a university-based program to cater and develop professionals in the disability sector. So you name, and we work with a lifespan approach, right from the newborn to the elderly. And we also work with different types of disabilities. We have different kind of courses, and it's an MA program in Disability Studies and Action and Social Work, recognized by Rehabilitation Council of India. So all 15 batches are out now, and you just see, Ministry of Social Justice. They are all working with Mr. Rajesh Agarwal and different other ministries for transforming the lives of people with disabilities and vulnerabilities. So TISs basically work at the grassroots level, at the ground level. Okay, we believe in bottom-up approach. We believe to connect with people, take out the plan from them, and then route it to the government. Tell the government this is what the people want, and also marry the government initiatives and the people-centered development, with the people's voices, and how we can create a people-centric approach, a local level approach. So this is what is our specialization. And if you look at the disability sector, we see to it that you meet basically to the needs of the people. What do the people want? So you have a general needs and you have a disability specific needs. So how do you marry the two and see to it that the people's needs are met? So I was telling you about the history of Tata Institute, and our this has transformed from 3-4 different courses to now 59 courses, which was also because of our ex-director, Professor Parsuraman. And so he had this vision to transform, why we only have 400, 500 students. As a university, we should have huge number of students with different courses, which are professional degree. So we also have disaster management, and climate change, different courses we have, which you can root in and see to it that how you can benefit from your programs and different projects which you're doing. I would say that you are working on the medical aspects of dimensions and AI and technology, but we work from the social model of disability and social model in terms of how society can be transformed, how society's values, belief systems can be transformed, in what way, so that you connect. When the medical model and social model marry, you actually bring the huge change and transformation in people's life. So. So we started with as a Center for Disability Studies established in 2006, and now we have, as I told you, 15 batches are out, and we are working with different sectors in the government projects and different other research units and different projects. Even one of our students is also sitting here with the HALO program, which was an AI on mental health. So looking at the disability point of view, because I'm told to talk on the disability sector and I'm belonging to that sector, I would say 16% of more population across the globe is having one or the other kind of disability. And that was realized more in terms of COVID. Post-COVID, it was realized by United Nations and WHO that huge number of people with disabilities are there. And we are also disability as a dynamic phenomena and an evolving phenomena. Each one of us is susceptible and can get any kind of disability at any point of time because of a mobile phones usage or because of a computer or a different kind of lifestyle which we have just now. So looking at the population of 16 plus percentage of the global population is having one or the other kind of disability. And that too, in India, as we all know, that we have 21 types of disability as per the, our disability law, which is Rights for Persons with Disability Act 2016. And if you look at the entire population, you will see 50% and more population are actually, not literate, and they are into working population. And the skill development, if you look at the skill development reports, you will see that they have vision that 4.5 skilled manpower should be developed by 2022 and things like that. So we want to make all the persons with disabilities skilled, and their livelihood should be there so that they can equip themselves and live a dignified life. We just go to the next slide, please. Yeah, I just want to highlight on, because of the workshop, aim is to look at the AI and assistive technology. So here I want to highlight that 1 billion people, need one or the more assistive devices in the entire globe, and the need will going to double-fold and multifold by 2 billion by 2020-50. So this is a global report on assistive technology, and I want to highlight here that around 50 assistive technology after COVID-19 was statuted by the global report on assistive technology, and how we have essential medicines for all people. Similarly, this global report on assistive technology talks about the 50 different global assistive technology products, and I think this is a need for the hour that every hospital should work on it in terms of these very essential global assistive technology products. Can we go to the next slide? The overall aim of this technology is to bring the independent living among the people with disabilities and without disability. We want everyone to be independent on their own. And that is the need. This WHO has thought about it, that how this 50 products should be the essential assistive technology tools and instruments should be there in every every hospital, and all the different departments should see to it that these products being delivered to the clients as per the needs. If you look at, so these are the definitions. If you look at the disability legislation, there are three definitions. One is persons with disability having a long-term impact on social, physical, psychological, and how the person interacts with the environment and what barriers it creates. So there's a physical barrier, there's a technology barrier, there's a social barrier, there is a educational barrier, there's a language barrier, there are different kind of barriers, and there assistive technology plays an important role to bridge the gap and see to it this the barrier-free environment is promoted. Universal design is promoted in order to make the living of every person independent and happy in their own ecosystem. Persons with benchmark disability, if you look at the major flaw in our law is we are categorizing the certification of a person with disability with the benchmark 40% and above, which is the biggest flaw, and nobody knows how this 40% is calculated. If you look at the civil surgeons are basically qualified to give the disability certificate with the benchmark disability, but these in reality the babus and all, they manage the disability certificates, and this is the biggest problem. So I want to suggest Mr. Anand that see to it that how this benchmark disability kind of a criteria. There's a gazette also released by the government of India of categorizing, calculating in 2019. But this has to be further trained. You need to train the doctors and professionals and healthcare professionals how to identify the 40% of disability and what is 40 plus, what is 39%, and below 39, if somebody is wrongly diagnosed. We have seen a politician gives a letter and you give a 70% disability certificate, and there's no sort of thing, and this goes lifelong. And wrongly disability certificates are also being made, and people lose their jobs, permanent jobs. People lose seats in IIT and different other places if the wrong disability certificates are there. So how to streamline the disability certification? My various students have done research on the disability certification. A lot of flaws has been identified by them in their research, looking at these problems. Then persons with high support needs, our parents, are basically who require all kind of interventions, like right from clothing, adaptive clothing to how it should be the bed, how should be the toilet, how should be the different facilities for their eating and drinking, and all these activities of daily living are really affected. So I think AI can make a big transformation in bringing the activities of daily living through the basic. You can actually analyze a clock, like you can have a clock, 24 hours clock of your parent or somebody for high support needs, and your own clock, and what is the difference, and how the different orthopedic and different other professionals, healthcare professionals, can actually measure these specifications and see to it that their needs are being met. And standardization will take some time, but still at least the journey should start somewhere. And also about about these. So these are the degrees, and so these are the three definitions under which actually you can file a suit also in the High Court. And once the suit is filed, then people start moving. Next, please. So we all talking about them like now. We all the doctors have worked with prosthesis and different kind of technologies. It's amazing to see the 3D printing and different other technologies, which are sir also said that different technologies are there. But I want to say that unless you work on the social model of disability, social construction of disability, how the meaning of disability is interpreted in that culture. Northeast, how the disability meaning is interpreted. Suppose you go to, say, slums of Mumbai, how the meaning of disability is constructed by the parents and different other stakeholders is important. So, just next slide, please. So that is what is a social model of disability. And we work on the social model of disability, where politics of disablement and social construction of disability is about the social model. So these are the two models. The ICF classification, if the earlier ones is a very old one, which is basically purely on the medical model. And this was deconstructed by the ICF classification in 2002, where disability was replaced by activity, and handicap was replaced by participation. So I think the key is participation. How people with disability are participating in your intervention, and then their voices becomes a part of your entire framework for transformation. Next slide, please. So this is a gap model, like person with disability of any age, having any problem, whether physical, psychological, social, how the demands of the environment are transforming. And what is the gap can be filled only through the social assessment. And when you go to grassroots and understand their needs, and the needs-based framework can be marrying with your own intervention. Next slide. Yeah, this is a human pyramid. This is my favorite in terms of how everyone's needs can be met. If you look at this pyramid, the lower part, all of us, we're jumping and happy, and all our, we are having not any problems per se. But if you look at the second one, if you have a mental health issue, suppose there's a death in the family or there's a COVID, so we all face that kind of a situation where we all locked down and we actually experience what happens when we are stuck in that particular with mental health issues, with different issues. So these are second range. So that is treatable. And just you go ahead, the last one is the person who is so vulnerable, who is a person with disability, require all assistance, healthcare assistance, social assistance, counseling, this halo, all kind of care is required by them. So how do you actually see to it that this you take care, AI technology actually meets the entire human pyramid and it's for everyone. It is making an independent living and happiness index should be increased. Next slide, please. So this is a global report on assistive technology by WHO 2022. And they talked about that how functional usability and users' voices or users' satisfaction becomes the core of independent living and happiness. So this is what they talked about, that you need to have a user's design framework. You need to have this, we all work towards that only in terms of how the users are satisfied with your interventions. So this is what they said about the effective participation and users' participation in bringing the satisfaction. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this what I want to highlight over here is the various recommendations by the Global Assistive Technology Report. And what they have given 10 recommendations. The first and foremost is that how they talked about the assistive technology we may require. Like these spectacles is one of the tools which we use. Now, like how we can have different kind of assistive technology as without stigma. We all, the minute we go to counselor, there's a stigma. The minute we do something, there is a stigma, that how how the society looks at us in a different lens. So how we need to destigmatize the entire phenomena of disability and, all these other areas where others are others, basically. So they talked about that assistive technology is an umbrella term and how assistive products and their related services can be given to everyone, whoever requires it. And they talked about enhancing the performance through functional domains like cognition, communication, hearing, mobility, self-care, vision, and how spectacles, wheelchairs, hearing aids should be a common device. Yesterday we were talking that, politicians do not want to wear the hearing aid because people will see and stigmatize them. So how we can make, something which is more customized and more individualistic to people so that they are able to be happy and they are not stigmatized by society. Next, please. Yeah. So they talked about 4 P's, basically 4 components. One is how the assistive technology should have 4 parameters. One is the product should be accessible, provisions of these products, personal, how the training of these personals and capacity building of persons is such a huge task which has to be done by the ministry. But then there is a limitation, so that how one can look at that every district, one has to think from the state perspective, district perspective, and prepare a district action plan or state action plan for training of personals working in the civil hospitals or maybe other NGOs or any other sector, and see to it that these gaps are bridged. Then we have policies and programs. Next slide, please. Yeah, how these policies and programs. So we had an opportunity in Tata Institute. We started various field action projects, and so wherever the work is not happening, we will start a field action project. So we started a field action project called I Access Rights Mission for universities because we saw our TIS students with disability are facing trouble. So we started developing various kinds of facilities for them. And then we were approached by the Ministry of Higher and Technical Education. And then we happened to have in our one of the conference, Justice A.K. Sikri from Supreme Court had we invited in our conference. So before coming to this, he passed the 11 years old judgment on making all the university campus accessible. So we were having that report. So we ran with that report to the secretary, and he actually looked at it, and we drafted the GR for him, and that next day it was passed submitted in the High Court, and we got an opportunity. So 2 years we worked with the 15 universities, and we actually developed a disability policy in higher education, an institutionalized system where every classroom will be inclusive. And every teacher is responsible for see to it their curriculum is changed, their pedagogies are changed, and it's been reported to the principal. And there's a quarterly report developed by every university, all the buildings. The minute we were called by the by the Directorate of Higher Education for every 3 months, and we drafted everything for them. So this was a power of knowledge that you can actually, without taking a single rupee from anyone, we were able to construct this policy for higher education. And it was only possible because we were having that information and knowledge in terms of bringing that kind of a transformation. And it's in the cabinet now, and Maharashtra government is changing every time, so it is there. But what I'm trying to say that this as an institution has this kind of power and determination to see to it that the problem is being looked at in such a way so that you transform with the governance structure also, and see to it you reach to the apex body and make that kind of a policy change at the apex level. Just an example I gave you. Then we have the other recommendations from the in the humanitarian crisis. We all witnessed the COVID-19 and how we know the technology, like all the classes were held online, and few of my students are online graduates. So you know the power of technology and AI, that how you can actually bring that kind of a change, and all students could able to survive only because of the online technology and different other internet and other facilities. So next slide please. So creating enabling environment is one of the keys, importance, and AI can really bring that kind of a transformation. We recently had a national conference on disability, accessibility, inclusion, and well-being with the theme of artificial intelligence, and we invited Yadavji and different other Ravindraji and everyone for our conference, and we could see that so much transformation can be done by AI. And it's a boon for persons with disability, and in fact, all of us, to bring that kind of, you can save time, and you can actually advance the treatment and different rehabilitation and inclusion of the persons with disabilities. So, next slide, please. Next slide. So these are the 10 recommendations I was talking about: improving access to assistive technology within all the development sectors, such as you can take health, education, labor, any sector, how it can be a standalone integrated methodology to bring that transformation. And we are witnessing right now, since last 1.5 days, how the AI can actually become a transformative tool. 5G become a transformative tool to bring so much change and transformation. Recommendation 2 is to ensure assistive products are safe, effective, and affordable. So using universal design principles, which we are using for different other architects and different other products, how we can make it accessible and inclusive and safe for everyone. Next slide, please. Then recommendation 3 is to enlarge, diversify, improve the workforce capacity in terms of training, capacity building. It's an ongoing process, but one has to advance it further with the knowledge and see to it that these manpower are committed to your own developing the different products for the improvement and interventions for persons with disability. Then active involvement of users. I think this is what I told you, that we were doing a study in Amravati with the request of few of the international NGOs on convergence of disability with all the schemes. So what we did, we actually went to planning department, got all their schemes and see disability schemes, and we married the two. And we selected 70 villages. Out of that, we selected 7 villages. One is Dalit village, one is women village, one is Prime Minister's awarded village, one is high political power village. The second one was high poverty village, one is high density of disability village. So all these 7, and we were doing a village development plan and stakeholders meeting. So taking meetings at 1 a.m., 3 a.m. with the villagers when they come back home. And all the villagers asked me, Madam, aapne adopt kiya hai kya hamara gaon? So I was just wondering that, how when you work for people, people think that unless you have some ulterior motive, you don't actually go and work with people. So we work with homeless people also, which is Koshish project. And there's a film also made on that, our intervention. One of the film, I just forgot the name. So this project, we decriminalizes beggary in Delhi, and we are also planning to do it in Mumbai. With our project was also invited by the Chief Justice of Bombay High Court to intervene and see to it that the beggary is. So when I was first introduced to the concept of beggary and homelessness, we were our working hours was midnight 1:30 to 3:30 a.m. And we were asked by the goons and police officers, Madam, यहाँ क्या कर रहा है? आपको कोई काट देगा? So we was to say, sir, हम तो यहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं. And we stood. I was so amazed to see our students talking to panwalas and everything because they were open all over. So so Chacha, आप क्या कर रहे हैं? The way they connect with with local people is so amazing. And we are having night outs to study homelessness. And this is the after 15 years of work, we are very happy that we are able to actually contribute to the lowest of the lowest person in the country. So this is what I have to say. Next slide, please. Evidence-based approach we definitely need to have. Invest research, innovation, and enabling ecosystem. So, and develop investment in enabling environments. Assistive technology to humanitarian responses and crises, like how we work with tsunami relief also. Like every disaster, all the collectors call TISS and we go and respond. We also responded to Godra and different. We have lived there in curfew and we worked with all the villages who were burnt. And we, work with all the Iddat periods of all Muslim women, their husbands were killed in front of them. So it was so amazing to experience, and we can intervene them. When nobody reaches, TIS reaches there. So I think that is the kind of response we have, commitment we have to see to it that we are people-centered, we promote people-centered development, and we involve them. And this is what we do, sir. You will just now mention in the morning, unlearn, learn and relearn. So this is what we train our students to take their ego out and start working with people and work with right from the grassroots, from Mazdoor to you work till the Chief Minister or Prime Minister, and you work with everyone. So you should be humble enough to see to it that you are people-centered. If I walk from my main gate to my office, I hear all students talking about development problems, issues of in their field work, what they did, what project they are doing. So it's so nice to hear that everybody is talking about people's problems and what interventions they have done and what interventions they have planned. So it's so amazing to see their responses. Then recommendation number 10 is to provide technical and economic assistance through international cooperation and support, which sir is already doing in such a big way. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so these are the various definitions of assistive technology from the report. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is a GATE, which is one of the global cooperation assistive technology, and Dr. Ravindra Singh is doing a lot of work in this in terms of bringing the GATE assistive technology, global assistive technology to India. And he has also conducted GATEC last 2 years in terms of bringing all the global partners to India and see to it that there is a platform where all the assistive technology people and other disciplines, healthcare people, professionals come together and see to it and discuss and dialogue on independent living of persons with disability, and different other technology can be involved, like telemedicine and different other innovations can be involved with the people-centric approach. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is what is a WHO model for essential medicines, like how we have for the assistive technology. Just go to next slide, please. Yeah. So who needs assistive technology? Older people and people with disability, and anyone is having a temporary condition wherever they require somebody else assistance. So they require assistive technology, and what it will do? It will do inclusion, and it will also allow them to live independently with happiness. So next slide, please. So these are the different types of assistive technology we have. Like for example, assistive technology for hearing assessment. It is very valuable for early detection of any disability. For example, we have early detection of hearing impairment. So why can't all the newborn children can go to the hearing assessment also? There's a Soham Trust which is working on the BERA testing and see to it that the assistive technology can be done. Just next slide. Yeah, so these are the range of assistive technologies. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so these are the 50 products which I was mentioning, sir. That this can be used as a, as the products for bringing the independent living for persons with disability, including alarm clocks, audio devices, daisy players, braille display, braille writing equipment, scales, chairs, shower bar, different facilities. Then closed captioning, clubfoot braces, communication boards, communication softwares, crutches, deafblind communicators, fall detectors, gestures to the voice technology, global positioning, GPS locators, handrails, hearing aids, hearing loops, FM system, then absorbents, then keyboard, magnifier, orthosis. Next slide, please. Personal display. So these are the different 50 essential products for the assistive technology. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is what we require at the end of the policy framework, which is implemented through the AI and different other technologies. So I request, sir, that we take initiatives with the Ministry of Social Justice and see to it that these 50 products, and with the convergence with the Health Ministry, how these convergence with the two ministries can actually bring that kind of a change in delivering through the various civil hospitals or different other things. So I think these are the changes and transformation is required with the use of assistive technology. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insight into activities of TIS. I have 3 specific takeaways for you. A, help me to build 3 cities, 2 cities for treatment of disabilities, where I bring people disabled from all across the globe, especially with temporary disabilities, treat them and send them back. So you want to set up 2 cities in Northeast, probably, I have in mind Tripura, Mizoram, Nagaland, these 3, I think, one of them, and Mizoram, 3 of them we'll just pick up. 2 cities we can develop, we bring people, and we don't want any low-end product. We want a high-end product. I am already working with me on the project. We bring in people, treat people, and send them back. So we create new economies for future. That's number 1. Number 2 is I'm already working to open up a restaurant for the blind in Switzerland. It will be all 3D printed table, 3D printed food. It's braille. You touch it, you find what kind of food it is. So it's in St. Moritz. So I'm talking about it. It's the party capital of the world. If it happens there, then it will pick up in all big cities. So you must come and see my intervention there. Thirdly, 3D printed fabrics, and in hospital and in government offices, 3D printed knobs. If it's an OPD room, I touch the knob, I know it's OPD consultant for eye, for ophthalmology, for cancer. You don't need to speak to anybody. Any public space, a simple intervention, I can do 3D printed knob in any door. It doesn't take too much of money. Fabric, if a blind man is wearing something, he needs a gown, he needs a different color, just touch your fabric 3D printed somewhere, you'll feel it, you'll know that's what fabric it is. Summer clothes, winter clothes. So, I've been speaking to Dr. Nahar, NIT Ahmedabad. If you can give me some research scholars, I will ready to set up a lab. And in this, I want the entire designs and printing only by disabled people. A lab operated by disabled, making products for disabled. So that would be a good initiative. So I'm happy to know about you, but this is one area we can really work. And I'm very gung-ho about this restaurant operated by blind people. How does 3D printed braille things opens up, and if it works in Switzerland, I'll put in Paris, every big expensive city in the world. So this is with I've talked to Ritz Carlton. So they are trying to open up a new hotel there in St. Moritz. If that works, we will work anywhere. But on a mass scale, think about, that every government building, talk about accessibility for a blind. That person can just touch a doorknob and tell there's no rocket science. Yeah. So please help us. I'll give you this, but I definitely want 3 cities. Each should have a minimum turnover about $100 million every year. That's the kind of intervention I want in Northeast. 2 on that, 1 on dementia village. As I was mentioned yesterday, in fact, I'm very lucky. Ajay Bisaria sir, who was PS to Vajpayee, he retired as India's High Commissioner to Canada. He is sitting on the richest pension fund in the world. So I met him. I said, where are you putting your money, sir? Today, you have Europe people who are suffering from dementia and old age issues. So palliative care, end of care, life care is required. Give me students of net, but with 50% students from Northeast. And this has to be housed in Northeast. It has to be high-end product. I want the ultra-rich to come and die gracefully in Northeast. Good AQI, good food, good care. And they pay for that. If I see a nurse goes outside India, she'll earn only 1 lakh rupee. Maybe she'll send 30,000 rupees back home. But if I bring a rich man to die gracefully in Northeast, he'll spend 10 lakh rupees in a month. He can afford it. Which means even if 6-7 lakh rupees per head and I got 1,000 people in one village, imagine the cascading effect on the economy of that place. And that's how you do. Why should Delhi and Bombay develop? Only why? Because they can fly anywhere. Nobody likes to come to Delhi. The rich people land from outside of India. They go to Taj Mahal, Jaipur and back. Delhi is only one night stay. We have an opportunity, the villages which are in remote area. Peeling is a good place in Sikkim. Where AQI is good, weather is good, you can just bring the ultra rich, let them stay there comfortably, let them pay for it, and that's where you develop economies. If you can help me with that, I have ME on my side. I can go and speak to Finance Secretary on this, and we can make it happen. Don't give low-end products to Northeast. You have to treat at par. And that's how we'll excel. Thank you so much, ma'am. Neha, madam, the floor is yours.
Very good afternoon to each and everyone, respected dignitaries on the dais, and it's a really honor to be a part of this national consultancy program on the digital health. And I would like to express my thanks to Dr. Dharmeen, Anand sir, and other team members for inviting me here, and where I can share a small part of my knowledge with all of you. So today, actually, a lot of major part on the digital technology is already being covered by the sir, Anand sir, and the Sheila ma'am sir. So what I'm going to present here. It's a small overview of Chhattisgarh, like how the digital technology is being used in Chhattisgarh in diagnostic laboratories, and what all are the challenges faced by the healthcare expert, and how these digital technologies are helpful to carry out the diagnostic test in the recent time. So, first slide, please. So this is the rationale, we all know, digital, this diagnostic system is very much important for the healthcare system, and now the digital technology, digital diagnostic is a new normal, and we already know, setting up a high-end laboratory in the remote area or maybe in urban area is a big expenditure. So by applying the digital technology in the medical science or the healthcare system, it will be very helpful to trace the patient for the timely diagnostic as well as for the patient treatment. So objectives are to provide accessible, timely, quality diagnostic service to all needy people and reducing the out-of-pocket expenditure, early detection of the disease so that we can increase the quality of life and initiate the appropriate treatment based on the their diagnostic outcome and rational use of HR. Next slide. So these are the key challenges. Mostly in remote area, we are having very limited access to labs. So as we all know, setting up the high-end laboratory, it is a very difficult to set a laboratory in the remote area with the high-end instrument. So this delay in the early diagnosis of the disease as well as the treatment, infrastructure gaps. So like it is very difficult to have the continuous supply of the electricity and the internet connectivity in the remote area. That is also one big issue, and shortage of healthcare professionals. That is also like remote area always struggle with the expert and the senior lab technician. So all these are the key factors where we are facing problem to screen the patient at the field level. So it is very difficult to screen them at the early stage, and the treatment cannot be done at the time. Next slide, please. So how these digital technology is helpful to detect the disease at the early stage and treat them. So digital technology is providing the accessibility and efficiency, like it also reduce the turnaround time, and it is a cost effective, obviously, like setting up the high end instrument comparative to them. If you are going to develop a digital devices, a small tool, so those are the very helpful in comparison to the big instrument. And it also reduces the turnaround time, because you are also saving the this transportation time when you are of the samples. And then scalability, these small tools, like it is very easy deployable to cater the large population, and resilience, yes, it is going to strengthen the healthcare system. Next slide, please. So this is the like public health laboratory, integrated public health laboratory, which we call Hammer Lab in Chhattisgarh. So in each and every district, we are having the Hammer Lab. So these lab launched by the state government of Chhattisgarh in February 2020, which offer the 120 tests such as the blood, hormone, electrolytes, including the screening for the cancer and tuberculosis. Here we are having the fully automated machine, and because of these fully automated digital devices, we are going to reduce the turnaround time, and these all tests are free of cost. Next slide, please. So these are the portable devices which currently we are using in the field. Next slide. Next slide. So coming to the NCD. So as we all know, like NCD is a very major public health challenge in the current era. If we see the burden of the disease, it is 5.87 million deaths in India every year due to the NCD. So it is very important to screen each and every individual, even if they appear very normal. So this is the data from Chhattisgarh. Like these are the indicators for the diseases like hypertension, diabetes, oral cancer, breast cancer, and the cervical cancer. These are the targeted population, and these are the achievement. Like these many population have been covered by the screening for the particular disease. Next slide, please. So if we see for the hypertension, we have covered 93 lakh 9,265 of the target population. For the diabetes, we have covered 93 lakh 8,840 percent 40 individual for the targeted population. And there was one initiative which was taken by the NHM Chhattisgarh in the financial year 2023-24, where they involved the 1,040 healthcare workers, where they covered the 7 lakh of individuals for the screening of hypertension. And another digital device which we call digital health ATM, it is being used in Dantewada, Chhattisgarh, which is able to do where we are able to do the 40 different type of tests, which include the cardiac checkup, diabetes, infectious disease, lungs, and respiratory checkups, extra. Next slide, please. So the breast cancer, which is the another public health burden, this slide is showing the breast cancer burden in Chhattisgarh. It is, if you see, it is 142 prevalent cases in per lakh of population in all female age group, and 262 prevalent cases per lakh under the female with the age group of 25 plus year. Next slide. So, because of this burden, NHM Chhattisgarh, a pilot project was started by the NHM Chhattisgarh to screen the individual for the breast cancer by using the digital device. Next slide. So this was the pilot project where we covered the two blocks, Nikum and Patan, and here 6 UPSC and the PSC were involved, and 12 point of care devices, those were the digital devices, were used for the screening of patient for the breast cancer. Next. And in this pilot project, there was the involvement of the collector of the Durg. So she got screened, herself screened for the breast cancer by using the point of care digital device to motivate the general population. And she also, it was appealed by the collector to release the awareness video on the medias and the different group for the screening of breast cancer and to spread the awareness. Next slide, please. So, coming to the screening camps, so before starting the screening, all the staff who were placed in the PSCs and CSC, they were trained in the how to use the particular device, how to use that particular digital device for the screening. So in that, one medical officer and 2 staff nurses were trained physically, and the hands-on training was given to the medical staff. And total number of health facility area were covered, those were the 50, and total staff involved in this screening were 33. Those were including 10 doctors and 23 staff nurses. Average screening per trained staff with the point of care devices were 384, and average screening per facility were 846. And the maximum screening conducted at CSC level, Patan, that was at 2,210, and the district hospital Durg was 1,840 individuals. Next slide, please. So these were the results. With this pilot project, we could screen around 12,686 individuals, and out of them, suspected were 573, and out of that, 112 were went for the confirmatory test, and 96 came out confirmed, confirmed for the breast cancer, positive for the breast cancer, and then 92 were the under treatment, and 6 undergone for the surgical treatment. Next slide. So these are the pictures from the camp, breast cancer screening camp, which was conducted in Durg district of Chhattisgarh. So in one single day, we could screen the 1,378 women at the district hospital Durg. Next slide, please. So why this digital screen initiative was taken at the district level? Because screening and treatment facility was only available at the tertiary care hospital and the regional cancer center, which is very far from the remote area, and there was a very high load of the patient in the tertiary care center as well as the in regional cancer center, and very limited availability of the specialist, and there was a very long waiting time for the patient, and obviously high out of pocket expenditure also. Next slide, please. So coming to the CKD. So CKD, like in Chhattisgarh, it is a very prevalent disease. CKD, we are having around 10% prevalence. This is the burden in Chhattisgarh, CKD, where we have 81.3 individual prevalent cases in per thousand of population. That is a huge number of all age due to all causes. 40 prevalent cases per thousand of all ages due to the diabetes, and 1.9 prevalent cases per thousand population of all ages due to the hypertension, and 262.16 cases per lakh female under the age of 25. So if you can see, the burden is too high, and it is very important to screen out these individuals at the very early stage. So if you see, there is a large burden in Subebeda and Mahasamund and Garyaban district of the Chhattisgarh. Next slide, please. So to improve the CKD screening, there was a one initiative which was taken by the government. So there we had installed the fully automated biochemistry analyzer for the CKD screening, for which the government was supplying all the kits and consumable. And for the same, like hands-on training was given to the all concerned staff, like how to use that particular analyzer, that biochemistry analyzer. So this initiative was taken by the state government of Chhattisgarh recently, and the total number of screened patients for the CKD were 5,365. Next slide, please. Free clinic. So why the digital screening initiative at district level? Because poor facility of screening at for the CKD at government facility, and treatment facility is mainly dependent on the private hospital and only selected medical colleges. And again, it was very high out-of-pocket expenditure and very adverse impact on the socio-economic status of the affected family. So these are the key reasons. So for which government started the screening for CKD at the particular district. And coming to the hub and spoke model, so if we see here also a digital technology playing an important role. So here what we are doing, we are having CSC as a hub and other PSCs as a spoke model. From CSC, sample can be collected and transported to the CSC, and after processing of sample, result can be shared digitally without wasting the time, and on the registered mobile number of the patient. So this is how you are reducing the time. And state government of Telangana is doing wonderful job in hub and spoke model, where they are having the 20 hub, which is supporting the 489 health facility as a spoke. So, and on an average testing, they are doing around the 44,000 tests per day. So in Chhattisgarh also, Chhattisgarh government also like in the process of adopting this hub and spoke model. Next slide, please. So coming to the telemedicine and remote consultation, so this is already have been discussed, like telemedicine by using the virtual consultation, like patient can share their detail and their diagnostic report to the health expert remotely, and they can discuss and they can get the accurate treatment, and it also improve the accuracy and enhance the overall patient care. Next slide, please. Cloud-based data management and analysis. So yes, these digital technology give you the secure data storage where you can store the all medical records, record of patient and their history also. So all these data can be utilized in future, maybe for the research purpose and for other development of other tool also, maybe after the approval of the ethical committee and all. And the remote access, yes, that is there. And data-driven insights, where that data analysis and visualization align for the identification of trend and pattern of lab results. So these leading to better understanding of the disease and patient outcome. So that is a very important point of the cloud-based data which we are using in case of the digital machine. Next slide, please. Yeah. So yes. So utilizing the AI for the automated diagnosis. So here we all know, like we can do the automated analysis and enhance the AI enhance the accuracy, efficient workflow, and predict the diagnosis based on your previous history and the various patient records and demographic profile, and where they can predict the diagnosis and recommend the treatment. So these all points have been already discussed, so I'm not discussing one by one. Next slide, please. So what are the main challenges with the digital technology? So data privacy and security. So it is very important to keep the data privacy and security both for the medical institution as well as for the patient, because it can lead to significant risk also. Accuracy and reliability, yes, we need to work on the accuracy and reliability also. whatever the digital design we are using, that always can be compared with the standard method which you are using for the laboratory diagnosis, and you can take out the sensitivity and specificity. Based on that, you can suggest, yes, this technology is really helpful and going to detect the accurate result, right? And based on that, you can start the accurate treatment also of the patient. Ethical issues. So AI powered technology have concern about the biasness in algorithm. So this is one ethical issue which can be associated with the digital technology. And the training and dependency, it is very important to train the person. It is very important to give the hands-on training. So here, as I told you, like we can utilize the existing staff in the remote area. So your laboratory technician or the 10 pass HR also, they can be trained in the digital technology and we can utilize them. But the training should be very proper and they should know how to use the machine accurately. And the procurement and use of the point of care devices, sensitivity and specificity, I already explained. And mobilization of the individual for the screening. So we need to give, like I told you, like collected from the Durg district of Chhattisgarh, she got screened herself by using the digital device to motivate the other population of the Durg district of Chhattisgarh and the surrounding area. So it is very important to spread the awareness about the particular diseases. Like people should know, okay, this is the digital technology and we should adopt it and we should be part of this such kind of technology. And tracking of patient for the confirmatory at tertiary care level, it is also one challenge. And system of record keeping and reporting. Okay, so record keeping and data management is a very huge challenge at medical college level as well as the other healthcare facility. People are just, whenever they are going to do any kind of test at the field level, they are just filling half of the information and that is it. Whenever you are going back to the data, when you are going back to and looking into the data, there is a lot of gap. You will never get the full information, like what was the history of the patient, what all are the symptoms. Only you will get name and age, the very basic information. So like that, whatever the data you are using, you are going to store, that you cannot utilize maybe in the future uh, research purpose or for the other purpose. So that is also a big challenge. So that is it from my side. So my point is like in Chhattisgarh, we have already initiated the digital screening for the CKD and for the breast cancer. But for again, sir, CKD, because we are using the semi-automated or the fully automated this biochemistry analyzer, which need a small laboratory. So if we can develop a digital device to track such kind of disease, right? In case of the chronic kidney disease, because we are having the chronic kidney disease of unknown etiology in all over Chhattisgarh and prevalence is 10%. So if we can develop that kind of device, like portable device, a handy device, where we can directly go to the field and scan the patient or screen the patient, that would be a very helpful for us, because I'm also looking into the this project, and recently it is a big project for the CKD, where we are going to see the different parameter, like what is the exact reason of the CKD in Chhattisgarh. So we are going to do the next generation sequencing. Also, we are going to see the environmental factor also, their daily habit and pattern. So all parameters we are going to see there in our research project. And the another thing is like AMR, which you told, sir. So it is very important, because whenever we are getting the cases in our medical college, whenever we are getting the samples, so it will always take 3 to 4 days to give the result to the patient, and by the time doctors will give the antibiotics. Okay, so we don't know whether the given antibiotic is really needed for the patient or not. So it is a big reason of the AMR. AMR is a very important under the One Health also. So if we can really like see that wound, and we can scan that in the morning you had discussed, like okay, this will tell you the exact like what bacterial or the viral or the fungal infection may develop in the future, or it is having the accuracy also like 97% and 98%. That would be very helpful for the treatment of the patient, and further we can reduce the AMR also by using such kind of digital device without high expenditure, because again in the like chemicals and the media preparation and manpower and then laminar airflow, you are going to set up a full big laboratory when you are going to check the antimicrobial resistance. Okay, so if it is having, because like if it is 96%, right? So like man-made error is also, you may get some like it is not, it cannot be 100%, because whenever they are going to pour the media and putting the antimicrobial disc, so it is very manual process. So if comparatively it is having such kind of accuracy, then we should adapt it to reduce the AMR. And in case of sickle cell, yeah, sickle cell, it was not there in my slide, but sickle cell also we really need a digital device, because right now what we are doing, as I told you in the morning, we are doing the solubility test. Uh, but if we can get the one digital device for screening of sickle cell people, it will be very helpful for us, because again, burden is very high in Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and Maharashtra in case of the sickle cell patients. So that is all from my side. Like Chhattisgarh is working, yes, adopting the digital technology, and somehow they are bridging the gap. And but still, we need lot of improvement, further improvement to screen the such kind of diseases. And yes, we can work on.
As I mentioned, we have two things ready for you. I'll send you 4 machines. You can try that for the work.
Yes, sir.
And I have another machine to try it out of the blood test. Whatever goes in a suitcase, you try that first, we can give you more machines.
Yes, sir. In case of AMR, one thing also we can do some multi-centric kind of project, like we can select the 4-5 institute from all over India, and like that way we can see the.
We have referential data from a subsidiary Bunsword.
Yeah.
Where we ran the project for 2 years. So I can share that data with you.
Yes.
That product is CDSCO certified anyway.
Yeah, then
so
it is
already, so you know, it's not a beta tested product, it's a CDSCO certified product.
Yes.
You can just
सर ये तो जो AI डिजाइन करते हैं उनके ऊपर, because that is the only part which is missing from our side, like whoever is designing based on the data, existing data. So अगर आपका सर existing data में biasness होगा, then again आपका जो instrument होगा वो
we have tested is on 2 million images.
Yes, yes, sir.
And then come to it.
Yes, sir. So if it is already approved, sir, then definitely like 4-5 institution can be a part of it, and we can do the multi-centric project, and where we can further see the accuracy and validity of the instrument, and it is really a need of our. So in case of AMR, it will be very important and will be wonderful.
You have our full support in that.
Yes, sure. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. So just as we have been discussing over the last couple of days about startups, healthcare, digital transformation and everything, some of the things that I and Anandji have been discussing is that success of all these AI-based medtech devices or solutions is largely dependent on the data set. And as far as we have been researching or developing any AI model, the data set for an Indian population is very limited. Whatever data set we get to formulate any AI solution is based out of some other country. So as Anandji told yesterday that Luxembourg is providing some new protocol and they are basing that on their 50,000 population or something. So if we are not developing a solution on the Indian population or Indian data set, then all these AI based solutions may never be helpful. Secondly, let's say the medtech industry is rising, they're developing more and more such devices. But unless or until a physician or a medical specialist is attached to them, their solution can never be validated.
We are not sure what sort of data they are using to provide what sort of solution and for what kind of persons that solution is useful. So what one of the thoughts that comes to our mind, it incubate these startups at medical facilities in hospitals. The hospitals should create an environment where they incubate these startups, work on a revenue model, or work on whichever public private partnership process. Universities have incubation centers, but then again, the university is doing that because there is a mandate by the government, some Atal incubation grant or a RUSA grant. For that, for availing that grant, they are incubating these startups. Eventually, startups deliver their product, they move out, nothing happens. But if the startups collaborate with hospitals, any public funded or private funded hospitals, they get incubated, then there is such a win-win situation. Firstly, there will always be a supervision by a medical specialist on them whether the startup is following any code of ethics. Yes, whenever we are doing any medical study, there is an institutional ethics committee, but it's such a long process. Firstly, the formulation, then conducting the trials, and eventually the responsibility of the committee is that there should not be any harm caused to the patient. That's it. What about the success of the data? What about the success of the study conducted? That nobody is bothered. So, in case a startup is incubated in a hospital or a medical facility, then think of the benefits it can give. Firstly, the startup will have proper guidance of a medical specialist. There will be proper regulations. There will be no data loss, privacy, and there will be monitoring on what kind of patient access the startup should work on. Thirdly, there is a controlled, regulated thing on what sort of data he's aspiring. And a public facility has huge data. So many patients, they can pick up a combination of patient like a diabetic person with a limb loss. It may have a completely different result. Or maybe a hypertensive patient with some other collaborative disorder. So, in this way, the way forward for any digital transformation has to be that the medtech industry must collaborate with the hospital by getting incubated in their facility instead of working in isolation and just having a doctor with them to suggest on a timely basis. It is a continuous process. So this is what my suggestion is regarding this.
That is why I said, whatever the tool you were designing, whatever the data you were collecting, it should be very accurate and clean.
Yeah.
Like it is,
So we do a lot of work on skull reconstruction, and we don't have defected skulls. Maybe one or two patients come, their DICOM data doesn't reach us because the neurosurgery department doesn't work with the radiologists in such a way that they can share the data with us. But if we are housed in their facility legally, then this is possible. We are working on defects on some data set at GitHub or some free open source of some American hospital, which has some minor defects which are not worth working upon. But then we do, okay, we'll get a publication, let's go ahead. So that is not technology.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I really want to invite Team Sikkim. Team Sikkim. So now we really want to invite Team Mizoram. Team Nagaland. Team NHM Tripura.
Janet Madam, please come and share your views, something about what you'd like to see in the state in healthcare. And same from Nagaland also. Nefrioji, anything to speak regarding Nagaland? You're from there. You have the lab. Dr. Suga, your views, final views on digital building planning. Since Nirupam sir is here, he must hear from you how we can make building infrastructure smart in rural areas.
So I would start with an experience I had way back in 2009. So we were given a task by UNICEF to assess the primary and community healthcare centers for setting up sick newborn care units. Well, it was a small thing, but it gave us a lot of insights to how actually the thing work on the ground. This was in Odisha, Mayurbanj district. It's a tribal district. Uh, Very humble people, very nice people actually. And so it's I mean, our part was primarily to look at the physical infrastructure. Uh, but there was a team of doctors that was coming along, and then they also looked at other things like availability of doctors, equipment, etc. Finally, there were shortcomings that came out of it in terms of like the manpower was definitely an issue. From my side, the biggest issue that came out was the way the infrastructure was developed. Like it was all piecemeal, haphazard. Creating negative spaces on the ground, which could be potential reason for the unhygienic practices within the hospital. So I mean, if that's the case in the hospital or a healthcare center, what do you expect otherwise outside? So I think in terms of infrastructure and planning, I think what we have today, we have technology at hand that can definitely, let you plan in a very well, well in advance. Not only, it's planning and also look at the way the building can function once it is in the vicinity. And for such a small system, one can definitely, use these technologies, and that can be integrated well with that telemedicine system to maybe offset the manpower issues that we face at the total level. So the future, if I see in terms of for what could be a PHC or what could be a CHC in our rural India, I think it's a building that's not only equipped with like technology for it's not only well designed spatially, but also it's also equipped with technology that can help in its better functioning, its efficiency, and that what we can think of. Another thing we have to also look at is like when those PSCs were designed there, they were designed as a standalone building. They were designed with the mindset that that building will work even if there is no water or electricity from the grid. It was the design like that. But now it's not the case. Now everything is connected. I think we can take an advantage of that, and we would want the PSCs and CSCs to come up in a way that, if not have a direct manpower available physically there, can at least be in a state to diagnose and transmit data and become a consulting point for the local population. Thank you so much. Thanks.
I'd like to invite Dr. Soumya to come and share her ideas on the stage.
Thank you, Dr. Anand, and respected delegates over here on the dais of the dais. It was an eye-opening incident because one thing is the Nagaland Institute of Medical Sciences and Research is a very still in an embryological stage. It is only 2 years old, and there are opportunities to work, and as well as there is a lot of gray area also. Now, sitting here, because this was a consultative meeting at a national level, and there was so much of learning which happened. And like the last work was the incubation. The incubation goes hand in hand with the medical institute, with the directorate who is working day and night, with the MOHFW secretariat of the respective state. Now, if you look at the map of Nagaland, Nagaland is very much different from the rest of any states, because It is surrounded by Arunachal, Assam, and Burma, Myanmar. So it has a lot of catchment area as well as a difficulty to grow also. And of course, it's a landlocked. And there is abject water scarcity also in Nagaland. Now, if we implement the hub and spoke model, because Nagaland has Kohima and Dimapur most developed health-wise and as well as otherwise also. If we have an hub and spoke model and we can really expand ourselves, not only digitally, but also with the application of the other aspects of medicine which Mr. Anand has just touched upon, or Sir in the dais has also touched upon, it will be a great effort. We can not only see the AI working in the area of mental health, we can expand it because we all know the transferability power of AI as well as credibility. So we can validate it and we can expand the power of AI. And we can, of course, incubate in a better setup. And nothing is better than a medical college or a fully functional medical college because we hold the hands of the clinicians as well as phase 1, phase 2 people. Now, coming to the rest of the devices which we saw here, I was extremely happy with the diabetic retinopathy check. And regarding 3D bioprinting, there can be little bit of, dicey situation because of the, as I was talking to her, she is an expert in this field. Now we can customize it or we can relook at it from our point of view. Another aspect which I want to highlight here is when we talk about the northeastern hilly states and the mainland India, as if there is a barrier between the two. It is not existing basically. And in fact, to tell you a story, when I was going there, I was asked by everybody that, do you know the place? Oh my God, do you have anybody there? How are you there? How are you thinking of going? So there were such variety of questions which came up. But believe me, 25 months have passed. We have a fully functioning medical college. We are planning to start the postgraduate program in this year. And I'm proud to have my two colleagues here who have been working day and night, and they only told me what are the lacunae existing, probably in the 3D bioprinting, a small one, which can really be customized and can be worked upon. The AMR, this device, this very small device, if we get it, we can validate it in our scenario, and we can see how effective it is. It is effective, we know that. But how much effective in our scenario? Because we cannot forget the geo-social climatic condition of Nagaland, which is very much different from many of the states, even of the northeastern hilly states. And I am very proud to say that we have a fully functional the family adoption program. We have the RHTC, the UHTC, the PHC, and we have programs happening, health programs happening in almost all the districts we try to cover in various stages and various phases through various programs as mandated. So we can really apply all these devices and see the validity and the effectivity of all these functional devices, which has been done by Mr. Anand and his team. And we have a very extensive mental health program. I'm very proud of the mental health experts, the doctors who are with us. And we can easily implement the AI program. as Dr. Neha as Madam just showed, we can also think in Nagaland, what are we doing at the tip of the iceberg with the geriatric cases, which is a big number in families. Nagaland is a different state altogether who can really contribute in the health sector, in the digital health implementation, and also integrating the health with other part of the like social medicine and others. And we can really implement it at the public health level, and I'm sure the data will not be alike. The data will be different because it has little difference from the other existing states of the Northeast. Maybe Mizoram may be alike, but there are some differences. In the end, I would like to emphasize that let us hold our hands together, the any states, and let us think of our own observatory, repository, because I may not be looking the same as a Mizo or a Naga, and everybody has the right to have a full repository, a complete repository about from the cephalic index to the Cantor's dimensions, to the nasal dimensions, and many of our plastic surgery, other devices, because I have in the beginning only focused on the expansion of the AI beyond mental health. And we can proudly have an observatory, anthropometric observatory for the Northeast, which is a need of the hour. I'm very proud because I'm rather with the two of my colleagues who are working day and night. I have more than 100 faculty, and Nagaland will be very happy to be selected as a health city, as Mr. Anand has expressed. And I welcome you all to Nagaland and see Nagaland, feel the pulse of Nagaland, enjoy Nagaland, apply Nagaland, the AI, and see the mental health, the other aspects of health. Nagaland will be benefited, and Nagaland will be on the map of India as one of the leading states, not only in the Northeast, but also because I'm very proud of my students, their humbleness, and their excitement to implement projects. We have more than 13 ICMR TBT projects. Mind you, the college is only 2 years old. It is only the effort of the doctors of Nagaland and the administrators and bureaucrats, because everybody is holding, it's like a chain, and everybody is holding, everybody is aware of what is happening where. So it is a very, very characteristic feature of Nagaland, and I welcome you all there so that Nagaland can grow and Nagaland can grow farther to be one of the leading states of Northeast as well as at national and international level. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insights. Finally, I'd like to call Dr. Sunil Sharma from Director RIMS on the stage and share his views. So before he speaks something about, that's the first city that I landed in Northeast was Imphal. And two words which I picked on Imphal were Kurum Jari, Namaste, Tamo means Varapaya. So elder brother Tamo, Sunil Sharma ji, please come and address the stage.
Thank you, Anandji. Very good afternoon to all. Sabko namaskar. Warm greetings from RIMS Imphal. Madam has just spoken. For me, RIMS is a 53 years old medical institute by now. Started in 1972. It has provided most of the healthcare manpowers in the entire Northeast. We are not only a medical college, by now we also have nursing college, we have a dental college, we have courses in clinical psychology, we run courses in BSLP, MRIT, MLT. So it's a very fully sort of integrated system we have. At the very outset, my warm sort of wishes to our dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Is a mixture of politicians, the doctors, scientists, psychologists, and this August gathering has given immense knowledge to me in the last 1.5 days. And I'm very thankful to Anandji for having me here. And let me just narrate a short story, like means the past, how we met Amtron. A year back, with a reference letter from Loroji, sitting or MP from Manipur, Anandji called me like we have some donor projects, so how we can have it RIMS. So that time was the peak of what the incident still grinding the state for close to about 2 years. We don't want to debate that, but in the middle of that crisis, Anandji came down. There was a curfew, I suppose, so he came to me around 9:30, and we had a short meeting. After that, we conducted sort of digital, I think 3D at PMR department, physical medicine we have, and I think 1 or 2 days even we could help one or two patients. And we wanted to open up something in the dental college. We have a dental college, and also we have a regional cancer center where we can have palliative treatment and other things. So those things were in the pipeline. For some reason, things are being delayed. But I am very sure that we are here. I am here just to learn because I was lagging behind and I need to catch up. So I landed here to just catch up, and I was listening since last morning. 2 days or 1.5 days. So it has been a very wonderful experience here. And Anandji and Amtron is doing a wonderful job. I think it's not only to change the Northeast, I suppose, it's going to change the entire country. And that should be a way forward. And I'm really proud to be part of this venture. I look forward to when I'll be visiting as Anandji invited. I want to see the tech city, what the things are going on. So most likely I'll be visiting in the next week or so, and I'll see firsthand what actually is happening there. And we are going to compete with maybe German or maybe anywhere in Europe, and we want to have a making hub rather than importing. So I think those are the things I could learn. I'm still learning, and I'm ready to learn more. And once again, I thank the entire team here for having me here. And I think I'm not going to take much time because already I think lunch is already crossed by now. So I thank once again the whole entire team. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Srin, sir. I'll be coming to Manipur again and again. That's been my first stop in Northeast, and in curfew also I've traveled at least 20 times. In COVID, I traveled Northeast 60 trips all across. So I was taking sorties even in COVID also. Anyways, thank you so much for for the first time we have representation from most parts of Northeast here. It was a small journey we started. 2 years we covered enough ground, and 2025 we should show that the sun rises in the east. We have to definitely break the ground. We've already broken the ice, but we have to take it to next level with big ticket reforms in Northeast. So we are able to, when Honorable PM talks about the multi-trillion economy, if one region does not progress, the nation will not progress. And luckily, we have got all the right set of people. I've been very closely working with DA, so we can get foreign investment. We have a Ministry of Finance, which is very, very liberal in, giving relaxation and schemes to grant money to Northeast. We have from the tribal sub-plan, Sir is sitting here, he is already committed his help. With so much of help around and with good directors and doctors, we must make it happen. But my mantra is that we should make it big. That 2 lakh, 25 lakh, 30 lakh projects will not do. We have to look at minimum $100 million ticket size, 3 to 4 big ticket reforms, and that's going to change. So when we next time, it should be a higher level. So we have to reset the benchmark.